The views expressed on Talk Real Solutions, hosted by Tyrone Thompson at talkrealsolutions.com, are the views of Tyrone Thompson and do not reflect the views of talkrealsolutions.com, YouTube, or etc. The content here belongs to Talk Real Solutions and its many contributors. Views and opinions expressed by all contributors belong to them and not talkrealsolutions.com or Tyrone Thompson, the host, or etc. All data and information provided on the site is for informational purposes only. Talk Real Solutions makes no representations as to accuracy, completeness, correctness, suitability, or validity of any information on this site and will not be liable for any errors, omissions, or delays in this information or any losses, injuries, or damages arising from its display or use. All information is provided on an as-is basis.
All right. Welcome to the show. This is Talk Real Solutions. And I am your host tonight, Tyrone Thompson. I want to thank you for tuning in. Today is October the 17th, 2024. And if you want to join the show, all you have to do is tune into YouTube and listen live. Or if you want to contribute to the conversation, all you have to do is call the number at 1-717-908-1834 and hit the access code at 917-324. And I will kindly open your mic and let you contribute to the conversation. That way, you won't just have to listen to Tyrone ramble on about whatever, I am on the correct night tonight, so I'll be here for a while. And if you guys want to call in at any time, just dial the number. Y'all know how to shut me up. I really don't have a lot going on. And I opened the show last night because I thought last night was Thursday for some damn reason. But like I said last night, I really paid attention to that debate that Kamala Harris had on Fox News, and it was impressive, to say the least. I'm glad to see that there is somebody, a politician, that will go on Fox News and insist on telling the truth and letting it be known that they're not going to be pushed around. And that's what I think the Democrats need. And not only that, it's needed for Fox News. Because they have been so emboldened with their platform that they think that they can go on there, that they can open the show and control anybody, any narrative that goes across their airways. And, for the most part, they can, and they do that. This is why you got so many confused motherfuckers out here. It's because that media outlet is spreading propaganda 24/7. And even more because if you consider the radio broadcast that goes out every day, well, you can't have more than 24/7. I don't know what I just said. But they really occupy the news cycle with propaganda all throughout the day, all throughout the night. And this is why you got so many Americans just lost. Because there is no attempt by Fox News to even be honest. And I'm not exaggerating when I say that. Because we just came out of this thing, not just, but Fox News got sued for literally lying, and they had to pay a penalty for it. Almost $1 billion they had to pay because their propaganda machine is built on lying to the public. And the people over there got so carried away with lying They don't care who they lie on. They don't. They wasn't considering the liability for lying, so they had to go to court after they got sued after the last election by Dominion, and they lost. They lost to the tune of $1 billion. This is how important it is for Fox to lie to people like ABC and Sarge. It's what's up, Frodo and MJ? It's surprising to me that, well, it ain't surprising no more because they've been doing it for so long. I mean, I'm used to it. But what is surprising to me is how many people fall for it and how many people don't give a shit about the truth no more. So that's why I kind of titled the show, Will America Ever Wake Up? Or do we, I can't even see the full fucking name. or do we continue to be dumbed down? You know, I have hopes that one day all of this madness will go away. I have hopes. But my hopes don't mean shit. The propaganda is strong, especially when you couple that with conspiracy theories and racism and hate and political bias. When you couple all these things together, it's going to be pretty hard to turn this damn ship around, because you got so many people in this country now that is just, I don't know no other words. Stupid, dumb. They're just. I mean, when you listen to ABC talk, and I don't know if he's in the chat room or not, but I got to talk about him because he's the only dumb person I know. He's the only dummy I know. Well, besides Sarge, I got to talk about those two because they're the only dumb ones. They are literally stupid. I don't know how else to put that. You can be sitting down having a rational conversation. Let's say about, I don't know, the weather. This is hurricane season. We could be talking about the hurricanes and the devastating effects that it is having across the country. And I can guarantee you, one of them going to start talking about weather control. Or some dumb shit about cloud seeding and the government involvement and the Democrats. You can't have rational conversation with people like that. And it doesn't matter. You pick a topic. And you try to sit down and talk to these people. They're always inserting some non-scientific bullshit conspiracy that they've been fed through the propaganda machine of Fox News, through their politics. And that's why I don't know if this country is ever going to wake up. Because in order for it to wake up, right, one day, Sarge is going to have to say, yeah, it was wrong for Americans to attack the Capitol. ABC is going to have to say, yeah, it was wrong for Donald Trump to sexually abuse. And one judge called it rape. E. Jean Carroll. They're going to have to say, yes, the 2020 election was not rigged. They will have to go back on everything that they claim to be true. Even ABC is going to say, well, yeah, he's going to have to scratch his head a little bit and say, yeah, maybe it wasn't a good idea for me to take horse pills. These people are committed to being stupid. So I don't know if that day will ever come where we will have a conversation with ABC and him and his ivermectin journey. I don't know if he'll ever admit how stupid it is for him to take a veterinary medicine for a virus. We can't have that. I don't think we'll ever have that conversation. I don't know if we'll ever have the conversation where Sarge has not been programmed I'm trying to be nice here because I tell people to be nice. But with Sarge, I don't think we ever have a conversation with Sarge where he will actually admit how dangerous and dirty and disgusting and racist and anti-American Donald Trump is. Because all those things I just said about Donald Trump is true. He's been the most impeached president. He's been the only president to hold felonies, found guilty by a jury of his peers. He's been the only president to try to overturn an American election. He's been the only president to not have a peaceful transfer of power. I mean, the list goes on. To where he's tried to pay off Stormy Daniels to not say anything for having sex with her while he was married. I think Melania was pregnant at that time. You know, so I don't think there'll ever be a day where you could sit down with somebody like Sarge and get him to admit what we all know is fact about this dirty piece of shit racist Donald Trump. So, and I'm using Sarge and ABC because my question is, will America ever wake up, or do we continue to be dumbed down? And when I say we, I know that people like you and I, we know better. You know, we know better. Like Frodo, MJ, and East Coast, y'all know better. I'm not talking about us. We're not going to be dumb. We got enough sense to tell right from wrong. But unfortunately, we have to interact with these zombified Trumpian people that just done lost their freaking minds. And it's getting worse. It's getting worse because it's not only here, but you can look at like these TikTok videos and social media videos where you see people just saying some of the dumbest shit. Like Marjorie Taylor Greene said somehow or another the government targeted red states with a fucking hurricane. I don't even know how the hell somebody can say you can use a hurricane as a weapon. And what fucking government is she talking about? Who the hell has all of this power to where you can harness the fucking power of a weather system and release it at whim? And why the fuck would America attack its own country with the weather when you can attack somebody fucking else with the hurricane? This is stupid. But that's how dumb these people are. Just think about it. If you had the power to control the weather, right? Wouldn't you like send Vladimir Putin a message? Like, all right, motherfucker, I know you in Russia, but I'm getting ready to send this motherfucking hurricane your way. You know, that's what the hell I would do. But these people are so stupid that when they see something as fascinating and as simple as a weather system, they've got to insert conspiracies, right? I don't know what you call these type of people. I wasn't raised with these type of people, or I didn't hang around them. Maybe they existed, you know, because when we were younger, if you heard somebody talking some crazy shit, you just stayed away from that person, or somebody would tell you, "Hey, don't go over there near so and so. You know that motherfucker ain't right." And you would avoid that motherfucker like the plague. But now that we have cell phones and social media, these people are being heard. They've got a front row seat, and people are listening to these crazy ass people. So we need to be careful with the people with common sense and not let none of that shit rub off on us. You know, it's hard to do. Sometimes, you know, I have to look at Howard. But Howard's let that shit rub off on him sometime. I just have to. I said, brother, you need to go take a shower because you getting some of that stupidity rubbed off on you. Nah, I'm gonna leave Howard alone. I'm gonna leave Howard alone before he come in here muting the damn lines and shit. Before he come here hanging up on people and muting lines and shit, I'm gonna leave him alone. But no, I think that we have a problem as a country. Donald Trump has ruined what it means to be an American for a lot of Americans. And y'all know me, I take everything that this country do and I put it in black and white, literally black and white. And if you look at what's going on in politics, then you can see that it's nothing new up under the sun. That's what Mandela Khan used to say. There's nothing new up under the sun, right? And it's racism just repackaged, rebranded, and on display in a whole nother light. Whenever you look at the Donald Trump rallies, that is a key thing. For some reason, racist ass white people like to put shit on their heads to represent their fucking racism. For some reason, when you get a gang of racist ass motherfuckers together, they all got to be in uniform and they've got to wear something on their head to display their racism. So it is easy for somebody like me to look at a group of people and immediately determine, yeah, them motherfuckers racist. Because if you look at the KKK, what did they do? They went and cut up bed sheets and put holes in them and put them on their head, right? When you look at, there used to be a group called the Skinheads. What they bald their fucking heads, right? And then when you look at I don't know where it was, Charlottesville or whatever, they put on these little baseball caps and they walked around. Everybody all in uniform. These races. So now when you look at MAGA, what do you got? You got these fucking red hat races all over the place. And then they want to pretend like they're not racist. But you can't pull one over on somebody like me because I know who the fuck you are. I've been fucking with you and dealing with you my entire life. And the entire Republican Party is a bunch of red hat wearing racists. That's just what it is. And because the media ain't as savvy as Tyrone and is failing the country by not calling this out and saying what it is, they're giving way to and excuses for people to join this movement by not literally saying these motherfuckers are KKK. They want to call them MAGA. They want to call them Trump supporters. No, they're fucking racist. They're KKK. They're evil Nazi fucking bastards, fascists. That's what they are. And you can even look at who's in that party. You don't have black people in the MAGA party. Of course, you got the dumbass ABCs and Sarges and you know those people over there, but they don't represent a majority of anything. They represent less than 1% of whatever the fuck they trying to represent, right? So their voice is irrelevant to me. And when you look at a person of color that is following MAGA, even though they're making a big splash because of their skin color, but the representation of their demographic is minute, right? So whenever the media wakes up and start calling this what it is, maybe that might make a difference. I don't know. Because this racism has been ingrained in this country ever since its inception, and it hasn't gotten any better. There was a time when, I don't know, it looked like it was moving in the right direction. It looked like people was pushing racism to the side. There was a perception, if you will, of, if you were associated with racists, then you need to be over there, right? Until the nomination of Barack Obama, the best president in American history. That's when these white people really got motivated with the invent of the Tea Party and them being scared that somehow or another black people were going to enslave them or whatever the fuck they thought. They were scared, right? Which gave way to the racists like Sarah Palin and that ilk. And then during the presidency of Barack Obama, he did so great that they had to invent shit. They had to make up stories about that man and his family. About Michelle being a man, about Barack Obama being gay, about him being a secret Muslim, about his preacher, Jeremiah Wright, somehow being wrong for telling the truth about this damn country. It was something to behold, but Barack stayed the course and he did the damn thing. Regardless of what these white motherfuckers were saying about him and how much they opposed him in Washington, he did the best that he could in this country. And with Barack Obama, he was facing two fronts. He was facing the racist white America, and he was facing the idiot fucking black people that got programmed by white America to oppose him. I wanted to say that every time I heard that Barack Obama ain't did nothing for black people. I don't know how many times I've been in a conversation with fucking idiots, and that's where they landed. He didn't do anything for black people. But what kind of president was he? Can you grade him and compare him to previous presidents? Because that's where the conversation needs to be. What did he do for the country? And whenever he did whatever he did for the country, did it benefit you? You see, that's where my mind was. All of this dumb shit about him not doing shit for black people, that's just a stupid ass conversation. I'll engage you in that conversation. But I know that you're not going to have the acumen or the intellect to have a conversation beyond that. Because a lot of people just, they don't, and I'm not downing anybody, but a lot of times our community don't even pay attention to politics. We do now, a lot more than we did, but because we didn't, we don't understand the processes, we don't understand the system, we don't understand how things get done in this damn country. That's why we have all these ridiculous ass talks about how to achieve reparations. I've said over and over again, it's not simple, but my idea is pretty damn simple. The first thing I used to say is, if this is a great if we can achieve our own political party, like a black political party, it'll be small, right? It will be nothing compared It'll be even smaller than the Green Party. But if we could have our own political party that gives us political power to make political moves, then that's one step. It's not the only step. Another step is, when you're talking about reparations, is you got to have some type of political action committee to collect funds, and we have to lobby for this reparations using money, not thousands and tens of thousands, but millions of fucking dollars need to get put into this pack so you can basically pay for your fucking reparations. That's what the hell, that's how things get done in Washington. And people will look at you, so the white man didn't pay for it. Where the fuck do you think they're giving all that money to Donald Trump? I could go to his website right now and you can watch him collecting fucking money. He's selling shoes. He's selling fucking t-shirts. He's selling fucking I raped Stormy Daniels kits. I don't know what the fuck he's selling, but he's selling and collecting money, right? And not only is he collecting money, you got the Republican National Committee collecting money, right? And not only are they collecting money, you got these other little Trump campaign PACs out here collecting money. They're all collecting money all the fucking time. So whenever you trying to do something political, like reparations, even though I think that we are do it without all of these changes, with all of these trials and tribulations, I think that America owe us. But we let that feeling of America owing us overtake our logic and common sense when it comes to this conversation, because they do owe us. And it does hurt and it feels bad when we know that we live in a country and we contribute to a country that looks at us and said, thanks for the help, but fuck you. You know, that fucking hurts. But at the same time, you're going to have to be able to put that in a fucking box and put your head in the game and get to work. And the only way you're going to get to work whenever you're talking about politics in Washington and getting both parties to support an idea like reparations is you're going to have to pay them motherfuckers. That's the way you're going to have to do it. There is no other path to political success in this damn country. You're going to have to develop some type of political action committee to where you got people up there that is working in your interests, collecting money and gathering money to grease the palms of these fucking stupid ass politicians. That's how you make them make moves. You have to pay them some bitches. And to add to on top of that, you have to look at where we are as a community financially. Can we afford it? There's a lot of poverty in the black community, right? So can we afford to commit money to a cause that is not going to be seen for years down the road? So it's an uphill climb, but those are just a couple of paths to get to where you want to get to that's not being talked about. The only thing is being talked about is the Democrats won't do shit for us. Well, the Democrats ain't the only party in fucking Washington. The Democrats literally cannot do shit without the Republicans. And the Republicans, well, I mean, they break the law and get it done. But the Republicans can't do shit without the Democrats. So whenever we're talking about an agenda for our community, there has to be some type of path to address both parties. And then when you're talking to Republicans, you're not going to get far. So I don't know how to get around that obstacle. And then, like I said, when I seen Charlamagne the God, heard him on the radio talking to Kamala Harris about reparations, And her answer was, it need to be studied. That told me that there's no interest in Washington about reparations, because it need to be studied is not a fucking answer when it comes to reparations. What the fuck needs to be studied? There's nothing. All the study has been done. There's nothing else to study. We see the results of living in these conditions. We feel the results through our health care, through the lack of access to resources, to working these low-end jobs, to not being able to build or obtain wealth in our community at a higher level. You know, I mean, we see the results of living in these conditions in this. I called it last night an apartheid, because that's what it is. People don't want to tie the two together, but that's what the fuck Black Americans is living in this country. The separation by race, especially access to resources and wealth. You know, and people have pushed back on my language, but it is what it is. And then people will say, well, didn't you do good? You went to the army. You didn't. No. It's not about an individual, right? Because they don't work that fucking way. And that ain't the way we got here. As a fucking group, as a demographic, we were discriminated against. We was abused. We was tortured. We were robbed. We got our names took from us, right? As a fucking whole, the government did this to us. So you can't look at an individual that is successful and say you're getting your just deserves because that person is successful. That's the stupidest goddamn conversation. Because you got to look at the redland districts, the ghettos, the poverty, the crime, the people who are in jail, the prison industrial complex. You got to look at all of that, and that's just a scratch on the surface of some of the areas you got to look at and ask yourself, why the fuck does these people live like this, and how did they get here, and why can't they move ahead? And an answer that somebody would say is because, you know, they want to live that way. They're criminal. No, that's not the fucking answer. Right? The answer is this nation put us in a position to be criminalized. They target us every goddamn day. And we pay into their system by paying their fucking court costs, by our bodies being incarcerated in their prisons and getting paid by the government for our bodies being there. That's slavery. And people say, well, you can call it slavery. Yes, the fuck I can call it slavery, because the Constitution calls it slavery. The Constitution calls it slavery. And we've been disillusioned throughout history when they say, well, slavery was abolished. No, the fuck it wasn't. It was abolished on the condition, right? There was conditions with that abolishment. So slavery wasn't completely abolished. It was abolished if you didn't commit a crime or get charged with a crime and get incarcerated. I don't know what the 13th Amendment said, but that's what the hell it says. There's a condition there. So slavery still exists in this country. And Sergeant them used to get pissed off when I reminded them of that. And then around that time, that movie came out that explained it perfectly. Hell, the movie was called The 13th, right? And the young lady that did the research on that movie was so on point about how these systems were developed based off of that system of slavery, and they have not let that idea go to this day. So whenever you know that that's a one tentacle that exists in this country, then you look at another tentacle when it comes to our politics and the mentality of these red hat wearing fucking KKK members attending these rallies. You can see that mentality has existed since this country was invented. Like I said, I don't know what it is about white people wanting to put shit on their head to represent a group, but that is a surefire indicator whenever you look at these fucking red hat racists that they replace their fucking hoods with fucking MAGA hats. That is an indication that these people that you're watching ain't nothing but the modern day KKK. And dumbasses like Sarge and ABC, for some reason, their blackness don't feed through, don't soak through, so they can understand that when a group of white people get together in a rally and start yelling the same shit all at the same goddamn time, that chant used to be kill the nigga. They used to chant that shit, right? Now they're chanting other stuff. So why this is relevant and important is because if you look at all of those people that's in that rally, when you go to your doctor's office, there might be a nurse that's MAGA. When you go to the grocery store, there might be a cashier that's MAGA. When you go to the bank and try to get a loan, that motherfucking MAGA could be sitting there denying you a loan. Hell, your fucking primary care physician could be fucking MAGA that went to a Trump rally last night. Now he's got a nigga sitting in his office. That's why it's important. That's why these people need to be weeded out. That's why these people don't need to exist in this fucking society, because you're going to get treated unfairly. When you get pulled over by the police officer, it's almost a 98% chance that that motherfucker attended that MAGA rally. That's why you're getting discriminated against. Nobody is saying this, that the average everyday white motherfucker that we see and have to deal with at the light bill company is probably MAGA. It's too many other motherfuckers for us not to be in touch with them. And for them not to feel a certain way after they got through chanting that evil shit at their rally about racist ass people, and just it's too many of them. It's too many going to their rally for us not to be interacting with them on a regular basis. And I know a lot of people are going to say, well, I live in a black neighborhood and I don't really see them, but you most likely interact with them when you paying your bills or when you purchasing something. Or like I said, when you're going to the doctor. And they're all sitting in the rally talking about,
they're eating the dogs, the people that came in. They're eating the cats. They're eating the pets of the people that live there.
See, that means to those people, Donald Trump is not dumb. He know who the fuck he's talking to. That means that these nasty, disgusting black people are so fucking foul that they will eat your damn dog. That's what that means. There has been no other criticism even remotely close to what he just said levied at another group of people. But they will levy that type of criticism, that vile, fucking disgusting shit towards a group of black Haitians. Because they're fucking racist. And the people that he was talking about were not here illegally. The Haitians, the black Haitians that he's talking about in Springfield are legally in this country. And as we get closer and closer to election, I can almost guarantee you, instead of the anti-southern border migrant coming over here, you're going to hear more and more anti-black rhetoric. Because in this country, when you demonize black people, it works. Because like I said, this country was found on that hateful bullshit. They use it until this day to imprison us and practice slavery. They use it to gather at their fucking rallies to drum up their support amongst white Americans. And they're going to use it before November the 5th to drum up support and hate for black people. That's that's just the reality. And then you got these dumbass motherfuckers like the ivermectin taking ABC and Sarge, who stands at drop boxes with fucking binoculars that somehow or another can't see what the fuck I'm saying right now. I ain't telling you to embrace the Biden administration or the Democrats. Nobody is saying that. What I am saying is that you some kind of new fool if you don't see the racism that is levied against your fucking community. There is something nobody wants. I don't recruit for the Democrats. You know, if somebody decide to vote, this is America. It's a free country. But if your ass is black, if you have 1 ounce of melanin in your goddamn DNA, and you're voting for that fucking racist ass KKK red hat that these people, there's something wrong with you. There is something wrong with you. Genetically, your brain is thrown the fuck off about the history of your own motherfucking people. Because there is no time in history, unless you're a coon. Now, those Sambos and Jigaboos, of course, they don't give a fuck. Those stepping fetchits. Yes, a boss. They don't give a shit. But if you black in this damn country, or Hispanic, or any other fucking race, and you're talking about Donald Trump got some good points, I started to say the R word. I can't say that. There's something mentally, I don't even want to, there's something wrong with you. There's something wrong with you. There's no way in the hell that anybody could look at what the fuck happened on January the 6th. Look at what Donald Trump said in that phone call with Brad Rassenberg. Look at what Rudy Giuliani and the Trump lawyers was trying to do politically. I'm just going to break it down. What they was trying to do was undo the black vote in 2020. That's why we're talking about Fulton County, Georgia. Right? They were trying to tell your black ass that I am white and I was in this race. And even though you are a citizen and you're black, your vote cannot discount me because of my white skin. That's what the fucking 2020 January the 6th bullshit was about. there was a whole bunch of damn white people, even though you voted, used the correct system, stood in line early, and did everything right in this country. White America told you on January the 6th, fuck you, your goddamn black ass vote is not going to elect anybody that I don't agree with. That's what they told you. See, and if the media put it this goddamn way, then maybe more people, if Kamala Harris would say it this motherfucking way, then maybe she wouldn't be scrambling for black men. You know? Because that's what the fuck happened. There is nobody that can call me right now and argue those facts that I just presented. Is that January the 6th was a bunch of KKK motherfuckers trying to discount and undo the black vote in this country, because for the first time in I don't know how long, the black state of fucking Georgia turned that motherfucker from red to blue. Those were black votes down there. And they're trying to say they didn't count. That upset the fabric of these white motherfucking people political goddamn system. And they tried to undo it. They tried so hard that they inserted these phony ass people, these phony ass white people, Tina Peters, who just gone to jail now. I don't know if y'all know about her, but I think she was in Colorado. They locked her ass up for 9 years. Yeah, she was in Colorado. Tina Peters, one of the clerks in that were trying to overturn Donald Trump's election. They locked her motherfucking ass up for trying to overthrow the black vote. And then you're fighting like a multiple-headed front here, because you got motherfuckers on social media, influencers, if you will, I put that in air quotes, telling black people to withhold your vote. Withhold your vote, and they'll give you what you want. Who the fuck? Nobody's ever done that. Where did this concept come from? Withhold your vote. Look at what they're doing for the Asians. Look at the Jews. That is not the way to get this done. I've laid out plans to get it done, right? It's an uphill climb. It is with a political party and a political action committee and gathering up the money and resources to lobby Washington for reparations. But nothing is ever easy, right? The structure is not even there to have this conversation. But the anger is, so these people on social media take advantage of that frustration, that disappointment, and they get you involved as a African American or a black person, so they could raise assets money and keep you pissed off, keep pulling your strings, keep having you click on their vehicle. Yeah, that's right, right on, yeah. Did you hear such and such video today? Here, let me share this motherfucker. So you keep paying that fucking charlatan that ain't posing no solutions. Only thing he doing is pulling at your goddamn emotions. Them Tariq Nasheeds and the Umar Johnsons and yeah. Listen, Dr. Umar. Did y'all hear Dr. Umar? Well, Dr. Umar is a very talented orator. He is. I cannot take that away from him. And the reason that I know the power of speech is powerful is because y'all know that I'm a non-believer, right? And I'm not even trying to go there, but I'm a non-believer, right? But I can still sit in front of a goddamn preacher today, me as a non-believer, and if that's the right motherfucker standing up there in that pulpit talking some shit, I'm telling you, I feel something. I'll be like, God damn, that motherfucker just said that shit, right? If I'm sitting there and the choir stand up and start singing, emotionally, I feel something. So the reason that I'm giving you that example is because it don't only happen in the church. It can happen through these videos to where these people have all this talent and it just emanates through the goddamn YouTube and you feel it. And that's what these charlatans know, is that they got their talent has the ability to reach out to people, and all they have to do is talk into their goddamn cell phone and they fucking bank accounts get bigger. And they do it over and over again. You see it a lot in the black conscious community. That's what the fuck Sonetta TV do. That's what the fuck Advice Show do. That's what the fuck all of these fucking motherfuckers. That's what they do. But you are entertained and you probably do get something. I'm not saying that they lie 100% because a lot of them don't lie. But in order for them to get you, in order for them to hook you, right? Like whenever you go fishing and you throw that, I don't fish, but I'm just going to give you an analogy about fishing because I've seen a lot of it on YouTube. But whenever you fish and you put that bait on that hook and you throw it in the water and that fish latch on to that bait and then you pull that fucking line, that hook gets into that damn fish's jaw. You hook the fish. So in order for these social media people to hook you and reel you in, they need to fuck with your emotions. And what the hell is more emotional than racism to black people? What the hell is more emotional than pointing the finger at the fucking white guy? What is more emotional than pointing the finger at the damn Democrats? I mean, that's how they hook you. They bait you and then they get you all worked up in your emotions, so you're going to keep coming back. And then coming to Tyrone and said, Tyrone, listen to what son. I'm going to tell you, motherfucker, I don't want to hear that shit. I'm a grown-ass man. I make up my own goddamn mind. That's what I say. But a lot of people get offended when I take that position because I'm not going to be led around by the nose by some fucking charlatan, right? That is doing nothing. That is doing nothing for the goddamn community except for getting people upset. And then you can see it on both sides, right? I'll use Candace Owens as another example, but she's black and she does it the other side. You know, with her anti-black rhetoric. It's a game to social media people. Nothing ain't getting done. So my question is will America wake up or will we continue to be dumbed down? Right? Now, like I said, there's a lot of people, the people that with common sense that call in the TRS and listen. I'm not talking to you. I know that you have got enough sense not to fall for the okie doke, right? But people like ABC and Sarge, those people are going to continue to be sleep. They're going to continue to be sheep. They're going to continue to try to insist that we listen to them. Just think about, and I don't mean to be talking about your ABC, but just think about what ABC does, right? Just think about it. He has been propagandized and programmed as a black man, right? And emotionally, he is tied to whatever philosophy he's been programmed with. So part of the agenda of white America is to send these missionaries out and convert people. So if you think about what the ivermectin the ivermectin man does, is it's his agenda to counter anything positive that is spoken in the black community. It is his agenda to insist and be persistent at pushing the narrative of white people. It is his agenda to speak from a black point of view to black people about Tucker Carlson. So he's like an interpreter. He's like a coon interpreter for white people. And I see right through it. I mean, it's entertaining to me. I like interacting with these guys because it's just fascinating to me to see that you really trying this, huh? You really just said that, huh? Wow. You know, that's where my mind goes. Because when it comes to me specifically, there is no convincing me that anything that is said on the right, anything is said on the right, is ever going to be correct. And people used to get mad with me when I said, I don't give a fuck if the KKK told me the sky was blue. If a racist told me that water was wet. I don't give a shit if a racist told me that grass was, I'm going to double check it. I don't fucking believe you. That's why. Because soon as you open yourself up mentally to be vulnerable to any of their fucking racist ass suggestions, you've exposed yourself. And that's what ABC and Sarge has done. They've opened themselves up at some point in time in the past to listen to that racist rhetoric. And little bit by little bit, it consumed them. Until now, you got you got ABC in the chat room rage chatting about calling me dumb as hell and full of shit. You see? And there's not one thing that I said tonight that can be disproved or proven wrong. It's all true. And because I'm talking about his master and how he been programmed, he is rage chatting in the chat room. That's what he's doing. You know, that's all right, brother. It's all good. Just stay that way. But to prove my point a little bit more on his case, since he wants to tell me I'm full of shit, Tucker Carlson has been proved to be a racist. So much so, he got fired by one of the biggest racist propaganda outlets in the country. Tucker Carlson got fired because he was too racist for Fox News. But ABC has a whole switchboard full of this racist motherfucker's propaganda. And he tries to force black people to listen to this shit from a black white person's perspective. See, I just proved my point like that in 5 minutes. You see? Because you would not be promoting Tucker Carlson the racist if anything that I said tonight was incorrect. The racist kicking racists off the platform. Yeah, that's what they did. He was too racist for fucking Fox News. It came out in a text message. I mean, I followed the drama whenever it was going down with Tucker Carlson getting fired. But that was the reason. There was a text message that Tucker Carlson sent a woman. He was being sexist and racist, and that was a little too much for them, so they got rid of him. They didn't get rid of him for for promoting all this racist shit live on air. They didn't get rid of him for touting the white replacement theory or talking about UFOs and aliens. They didn't get rid of him for none of that shit that he said on air. But whenever he spoke in that text message to that staffer or an employee at Fox News, said something, it might have been anti-Semitic and racist. It was something that he said in his text message that was a little bit too much for Fox News. Because he was going to get sued by that lady. That lady was going to sue Fox News and Tucker Carlson because of the sexism and the racism. I think she was a Jewish lady. The racism and the sexism that was at Fox News. All right. So look, it's 10 o'clock. Y'all know I only talk for an hour. If y'all want to call in, the number to call is 717-908-1834. The access code is 917-324. You can press, I think it's *61 to get on the line, and I will open your line. But until you do, since I got this article pulled up, this is one of the people that participated in the false electoral scheme. Something that Sarge always claimed is been correct, and said that, you know, it is authorized. No, that it's not. This lady is going to jail for 9 motherfucking years. 9 years behind the 2020 election. So let me hold on. My screen ain't showing fully on YouTube, so hold on for a second. I don't know what's going on. What the fuck? So this window. I think you do this. No, you don't do that. Do you do this? Yeah, there it go. But anyway, this lady is going to jail for 9 motherfucking years behind that bullshit that Donald Trump put in their fucking head. Who's this unknown caller here?
I would just like to hear some of these guys that you were talking about and get on their black shit. They wrote letters to white folk. They have pleaded to white folk 10, 12 years about being on their black shit. I would just sit back and love for them to talk. Jermaine, A.B. Coon, Sarge, get on your black shit. That's what was written down in black and white by one of you guys.
Well, I don't think Jermaine like that. Why you say Jermaine?
Well, heck, bro, I'm just putting them all in how I can put them in.
Yeah.
I would love to hear them call in and get on their black shit, that was the weirdest thing when I heard it years ago. You get on black shit, like what, you're not black all the time, like you switch codes and shit. Kind of funny to me, you know, but I would love for those guys to call in. Get on your black shit. I will digress, Tyrone. That's just a call out. You know, get on your black shit. It's you, pets say. I digress.
All right, so we got that perspective from Howard. But yeah, I think that with this political season, I would love if it was a wipeout, if America just showed its ass and there would be no question about the amount of votes that Kamala Harris can receive compared to the Democrats. I would just, you can't question it when everybody goes to the polls. When everybody shows up and they overwhelmingly, just like Joe Biden win was. that wasn't even close at all, but he still questioned it. Well, that's what I'm saying is I want the margin to be bigger than that. At the Trump getting his ass kicked. What's up, Miss Elisa? Welcome to the show.
Hi, Tyrone. How you doing?
All right, all right.
Hi, Howard. Let me just what you said, Tyrone. I don't
Hey,
think the
Sister
margin is
Elisa, nice hearing you today. Hey.
I don't think it's gonna matter what the margin is because all indications is that they've already got stuff planned to try some stuff and to do some things. So it's gonna happen regardless. I think that's what all of the pundits and everybody's saying. Expect it. It's not going to be smooth. Even current president Biden, he even said it's not going to be smooth. They don't.
You say it's not going to be close.
Smooth transition.
Oh, it's not going to be smooth.
They're gonna
Okay.
cause some. They're gonna cause some things. Even Biden has said that. And you want to know what? He would know, and common sense would tell you he would know because they're spying on them. So he would know. They're spying on them. They'll never let us know all of the things that they have planned. But, of course, they're spying on them to see what all they have. Of course they will. Wouldn't you? So I don't think it's going to be smooth. And to expect it to be some stops, especially if it's semi-closed, I expect it. Because look, the last time we had to sit back, and I forgot how many days went by before they finally called it. And even though I speak for myself, I knew which way they were going to call it because it was evident. But still, it left a lot of people with a lot of anxiety, But it may not take that long, or who knows. But it's not going to be smooth, so don't expect it to be, regardless of what the margin is. That's all I want to add.
Hey, Sister Elisa, I want to ask you and Tyrone a question. If some freaky stuff went down, like, trying to steal the election, Trump trying to do it, September, what was,
January 6th. January 6th.
January 6th, yeah. My bad. I was getting ready to go back to 9/11. My bad. Would you be willing, Tyrone? This is my question to you. And Elisa, you could answer, but it's not really my question to you because I wouldn't expect you to do that. Tyrone, would you be willing to get out and get down in the street?
No, I wouldn't. I'll answer it. No, absolutely not. How about you, Tyrone?
How about you, Tyrone?
Oh, no, I wouldn't do anything like that.
And I wouldn't either, but I would want to ask you guys, well, I wouldn't say I wouldn't, because I probably would, but I'll say I'm not. That's my answer. I'm not going to do no shit like that. I probably would want to, but I wouldn't if he tries to do some particularly crazy stuff again. I would want to, but I wouldn't. Because in my hell, I'm a little old, and I'm not gonna get out there like that. What would be you guys' reason for not getting out there and fighting for truth and democracy of the United States?
Well, I could just use the example of the last time with January the 6th, right? Even though we had doubt, the systems held. Even though they kind of leaned toward Donald Trump a lot, these people that committed crimes are going to jail, and even him is being held accountable by the system. So I would have to rely on the Constitution and the legal system to take care of whoever break fucking laws. That's the way I look at it.
Well, I'll answer mine. what went down 2020. Um, I'm like Tyrone. A lot of the guardrails are gone, but there still are some because Biden is president. So there's still some guardrails. If Trump got back in, he's going to remove all whatever's left. But there still are some guardrails. But the reason why I wouldn't, first and foremost, because this, even though I have to look out at my mind, the way I go, the way I think, and the way I maneuver, I have to look out for the young people in my family. That's why I support Kamala Harris and not Donald Trump. But other than that, put that aside, this country is deserving of Trump. I do believe that. He's deserving of Trump and whatever destruction Trump brings to it. It is deserving of it. But I wouldn't get out there with it because I wouldn't, like, if I was like 21 or whatever, and go get out there and raise my fist and we go fight for democracy, fight for it. I wouldn't. I would want to, but I'm not, because of our numbers. We have no protection, and I'm not going to go and just get slaughtered because that's what will happen. So I'm going to go out there and get slaughtered. We don't have the numbers. And again, I have young people and people in my family that count on me for things. So I can't do that, regardless of how bad things get. I got people who count on me. So I can't afford to do that.
Right. Well, Sister Lisa, the reason why I asked that question, I thought about that the other day. Like, what if he tries to pull another January 6th and things go into chaos, right? Just saying, if stuff like that, what would I be willing to do? I'm totally on you and Tyrone's side. Like, I'm in my 50s. I'm not finna get out there, like, and do some crazy stuff. But it will be people that, if something like that happened on both sides, it will be people that are out there doing things.
It will. It will. I agree with you. And the majority of them that will go out there, regardless of which side they're on, it's going to be white folks. Because a lot of white folks are against this stuff too. There's going to be a lot of white folks. You have your your Antifa types and those types of people. They most definitely will. And then on the MAGA side, you got enough hateful groups. They most definitely will. Now, I know what we have been urging our family members. When y'all go out, all of y'all who's going to the polls, I'm voting. I go by voting by mail. Our early vote is next week, and I live in a blue state. So, but we've advised some of our family members down south, Florida, Georgia, South Carolina, North Carolina. Y'all take your ass out there, vote. Make sure you got your stuff. Your snacks and your stuff that you're gonna eat. Go in the house. After that, as it gets later, and just sit back, watch the election results. Don't watch it. But and the next, it depends on how things go. Just stay out the way. Just make yourself scared, because especially in the red states, you don't know what the fools might do, and you don't need to be a statistic caught up in that. That would be my advice. That would be my advice to you too, Tyrone, because you live in. And I can talk about them this way.
And Tyrone love them white people. He ain't fit to do nothing crazy. He loves them white people.
No, I'm saying you live in South Carolina.
Mm-hmm.
You live in a southern state. You live in a blue state. Red state. Real red. So part being your best interest, I would just make myself scarce, right around that time. Depends upon which way things go. If Kamala wins today, and I expect she will, just I would just make myself scarce, and that's what we told some of our family members who are in that deep part of the South, of the Carolinas and different parts. Just make yourself scarce from up around white people. Because my aunt, they had something that happened in the doctor's office. I think like last month, it was some MAGA people was up in there, and my aunt, her grandson who he's in college right now, so he goes to school in South Carolina, and he has autism. He's one of those. He communicates, he talks, and everything is in college, but he has autism. So you can tell that he's in that closed off state. And a mag or something started some mess with him because he's light skinned and got kind of wavy hair, thought he was an immigrant, and started up a big old hoo ha ha in the doctor's office, just saying crazy things. Now, somewhere else, I know how black people would operate. Like if that was here, the police would have had to been called because a fight would have broke out. But in that deep South, where you basically are outnumbered, my aunt said that the black people they just sat quiet, and my aunt kept saying, he asked her, he said, "Are you black? Or you an immigrant?" And he said, "I'm black." And I'm dead serious. He said, "I'm black." And who are you, such and such? And he was like, "I'm black, sir." And my aunt said, "Please leave him alone. He's autistic. Please leave him alone. Don't involve him in this." And the guy carried on, and all the black people, they just sat there, them old Southern ways, and just looked the other way. Again, it's where you are. Here, now here, if something like that happened here, as long as the white people ain't got no guns, so I would be fighting. You see what I'm saying? I would be fighting, looking for something.
Yeah, you're right. It depends on where you are.
That was crazy right there. I hate to hear that.
Yeah. And it depends on where you are, how you conduct yourself, especially since you're outnumbered. And it took the doctor and some of his staff had to come out and ask the person to calm this down, stop this. We are not going to conduct ourselves this way. The doctor is like South Asian.
Sister Lee, was that in the South? Sister Lee, that was in the South, right?
It's in South Carolina, the deeper part of the South. The deeper part of the South, not with Tyrone, them in Columbia and them kind of places like that.
That's why Tyrone like how he is. But yeah, go ahead.
So, and the doctor had to come.
I try to keep the conversation civil.
I'm just messing with you, boy. But you Southern niggas get slapped in the face and say, hey, ball, ball. That shit ain't like that in like L.A., Baltimore,
okay,
New York.
We're trying to have a regular conversation, and I just scolded you when you called me the other day about throwing this damn show off. So calm your ass down.
Get out your feelings, nigga. Y'all down south get slapped up by white people and you love them, but it's okay.
Howard, the reason I'm talking to you like this is because you really can't take it whenever I go back at you. So I'm trying not to. So
okay. Well, you don't have to. Just tell us the truth.
Okay.
It's so true.
Allow me to finish.
Go ahead, Elisa.
Y'all can go back and forth. Allow me to finish. So the doctor and his staff came out and calmed the thing. And just like I said, the South, you have to understand how the South is, South Carolina is. In most southern states, you have your deeper rural parts, then you have your other parts. Tyrone don't live in the deeper rural parts, so it would be different where he's at than in those rural parts. But I'm saying the doctor and his staff came out and calmed it, and threatened to call the sheriff if he wouldn't stop, and if he would not stop with the confusion and cause some disruption. Mm-hmm. And it didn't have to come to that. He calmed himself down and left them alone. But the people were so upset. But see, this is my issue. I'm not gonna say where it's at because that's my family's hometown. I don't know what the sheriff, how he would have conducted himself. I'm not familiar with the sheriff that's there now. How would he have conducted himself? What would he have done? Would he have done the right thing if he had to send deputies? Maybe, maybe not. But that's a very rural part of South Carolina. And the people, They were born and raised and bred up through that. And they came up through the heart of Jim Crow. So it's a certain way that they know how to conduct themselves. Other than that was Columbia, South Carolina, it would be something different. Am I right, Tyrone? If it were like where Tyrone lives, I forget where you.
Yeah, people don't put up with that stuff. Yeah.
Yeah, it would be different. But the more rural parts, you still have a lot more of that. So it depends on where you are. Not like where I live in the state of Maryland, you wouldn't have that anywhere. Nobody would put up with that anywhere. But it depends on where you're from. So that's why we said, well, y'all know them white folks is crazy. You all live in rural country back when tobacco was king. That's the type of area y'all live in. Make yourself scarce on those days because you don't know when white folks is going to get crazy. Because like my grandmothers talk about, and my mom and them, who they was very little children coming up through Jim Crow in the rural South. And they talk about when she was a very little girl, because y'all know Jim Crow wasn't that long ago. So when they talk about this very little girl, when something would go on in town, the outskirts of town, the white folks would get crazy. And they would ride up and down the main things on pickup trucks. Some would have on hoods. And they even had some cross burnings and things. So when you grow up around that, and you grow up with that, your way, and so you never left from that, as my parents and a lot of family members did, and you moved to other areas, you learn how to conduct yourself, you see how different people live. But when those people like that, a lot of them, that's all they know. Even though they know it's not like how it used to be, they still have a way of, turning the other way, holding your head down a little bit and look the other way and hope it stops. Those people grew up with them crazy people riding up and down the road. They grew up knowing that they burned a cross down at such and such church. And what they would do, like my mother said, they were very, very little, very little. You talk about like the late 50s, early 60s and stuff like that. They were young. They turn out all the lights in the community, and they make all the children and everybody go get into bed and not move, not make a stir, because you don't want to bring attention to your property. Because the white folks is mad because they upset and they running up and down the main streets on the back of pickup trucks, hollering and yelling and acting a fool. And then when you find out the next day, they done burned the cross on this church. They done did that. So that is what our people had to deal with in the deep rural South. And some of them, because that's what they knew growing up, they know how to just let them get it out. Hope they stop and move the hell on. And you can still have that. So that's all I want to say.
All right, well, let me check this line. But before I do, the people, I don't think that even the white people this time is going to raise hell like they did on January the 6th. And the reason that I say that,
I don't think so either.
The reason I say that because I'm pretty sure they scared they might catch a ballot, what they call that, Ashley Babbitt bullet. They're not going to do that because the government is ready for that type of retaliation, and they sending them people to jail. So they know they're going to go to jail, just like Donald Trump doing all of these trials. People didn't pay it no attention, but the Midas touch was pointing out when Donald Trump was showing up at these places, he was actually asking people to show up and riot for him. And these people weren't even showing up for Donald Trump when he was going through these trials. So I don't think that they're going to do it this time. There's just going to be a lot of shit talking. A lot of people like SAR just going to say it was corrupted or they cheated and all this kind of crap, But who's this unknown caller?
What up, Tyrone? It's Anthony, man.
What's up, Ant? How you doing, man?
Cool. The interview that you ran yesterday, during that interview, do you think she did enough to sway undecided voters? Be honest.
She may have swayed a few, but I don't think that was her mission to sway undecided. I think her mission was to show her face to the Republicans on Fox and show that she's not weak. And I think she accomplished that 100% because she had Brett Baer looking like a fucking 3-year-old. So I think she did great.
he was tripping her up a lot, and she kept deflecting to Trump. Like he kind of made her look bad last night, in my opinion. I know you're gonna disagree with that, but
No,
there
no,
were
it's
some hard questions that she couldn't
it's not that
answer.
I disagree with it, Anthony, and at least I hear you. It's not that I disagree with it, right? It's that
Uh,
the newspapers, the headlines after the debate last night, all agree with what I'm saying. Is that Kamala Harris showed her ass on Fox News. They didn't achieve their goal of trying to make her or stumble her up or whatever. Even the Fox News hosts are saying that Kamala Harris did good in that conversation last night.
Oh, yeah, Tyrone. Even Brett said it himself. So
Yeah.
this is even Brett said it himself when they discussed it. Him. He said she was trying to make some gotcha points, that she was trying to do this, that she was trying to do that. She achieved it. So this person that's on the phone right now is an agitator, and he's calling to get people all twisted up. Ignore
I mean,
that. We all know
hey,
that. You go ahead. Listen to me finish. This person is an agitator. He called y'all. That's what y'all told me. So that's I take your word. He called up here with that, knowing it's not true, because even with the person who did the interview said something different. So I still get bogged
it's
down
not true.
in let's just get bogged down in
Wow. When did this
agitation.
dude get on the phone,
Okay, hold on.
Tyrone? Why
We
is
can
he
only do one at a
interrupting
time.
her?
We can only do one at a time now.
We can never be cordial at all, bro. I mean, I don't know. Y'all make it a war,
We
man.
are being
It's just
cordial.
my
We are being
opinion.
cordial.
When I think she struggled to clearly explain how her economic plan would reduce prices without increasing the federal deficit. Like
No,
she
they didn't
couldn't
have
explain that.
they didn't have time to explain that. But what she did do, and what
That was
okay,
she
hold
was
on.
supposed to explain that one.
Let me finish my answer. She didn't have time to explain that stuff on economics, but what she did do when it came to the economic question is she directed everyone to her website where you can clearly see her plan spelled out.
Just like Tyrone,
What's that?
if you put some information out there and I hear you and I say, okay, source it up, and you say, go look it up, go Google it.
No.
That's equivalent to that, man.
No, you're
Like,
not.
she was
Okay,
supposed
did
to
you watch
explain
the
that,
debate?
not direct people to our website.
Did you watch the debate?
But that wasn't a debate.
Did you watch the interview?
Yeah.
You watched the complete interview.
I did. I watched it
Okay.
When you was running it, and I watched it back.
Okay, so cool beans. So check this out. Then you realize the way Brett Baer was pressing her on those other issues, he was talking over her and he was trying to correct her. And then he was doing that so much that they ran out of time. One of the last questions was about the economics. And when he was leaving, he said, I wanted to talk to you about economics. And she actually said, okay, I get that. So here's where I got it spelled out at. You understand? They ran out of time.
Wow.
Did you see it? You said you seen it.
I don't want to keep going because we're gonna argue, bro. So somebody else can get in there.
No one's arguing. Nobody's arguing. Tyrone,
Yeah, but
anyway,
go ahead.
Just ignore the agitation. All of the world.
But why are you painting that narrative though? I don't know.
Hold on.
Why are you making me out? I'm just expressing my opinion.
Because Anthony, you
pretty
came on
much
here.
appealing to crowd and letting them know, hey, don't take.
Anthony, you called in here.
Don't do that.
Wait a minute, hold on.
Don't
Anthony,
do
you
that.
called in here. You called in here and told. Hold on, brother. You called in here and told us that was your mission over here, not to be honest with your answer.
But is that my bruh?
That's what you said. I'm just repeating what you said.
That is a genuine opinion, man. I mean, okay.
Well, hold on. Well, Anthony, I wasn't speaking to you though. I was speaking to Tyrone.
Okay.
But Tyrone, every leading world economist has stated, yes, Kamala Harris's plan for the country will add to the debt. It will. But Donald Trump is going to quadruple the debt, and it's going to break the country. So that information for anyone who's listening, I'm telling you this, Tyrone.
Mm-hmm.
Anyone who's listening They can go, all of the articles are out there for everybody who deals in that economy. Economy can go and find 3 articles where they break down that Trump's financial plan is going to it's going to quadruple the debt. Yes, hers is going to add to it, because whenever that is how it is designed, it will always add something to the debt, and then throughout the administration, you pay that back down. But for people who don't understand how the economy works and doesn't understand numbers, don't get that, and I don't expect them to. That's why you have to go and research. But Trump's economic plan is going to break the country. All of this talk about tariffs and and a lot of people who don't understand economics don't understand tariffs either. They don't understand at all. And whenever he's asked that question about the talks on tariffs, he can't answer it, and he drifts off. And what is that he says he likes to do? The switch or the swerve or some kind of foolishness that he's saying. He can't answer that, because even people on the Republican side has said that tariff stuff is just going to be an economic disaster for the United States, and the deportation of all of those migrant workers and things like that is also going to break the country, and it's going to cause the country to spiral. And not just our country is going to spiral. All of the countries that are allied with us and have a lot of stake, and a lot of countries we have a lot of stake, they're going to fall. They're going to have problems too. It's the United States if that's what happens here. So all of that stuff, the information and everything is out there for those who know how to research, those who know how to spell and can type and knows how to use Google. They can go out there and find that information. You don't even have to go to her website. So that's why I'm adding this. You don't have to go to Kamala Harris' website to get this information. It's all over Google.
But that's not even the only one, though. That's not the only one.
And Tyrone.
Mm-hmm.
So all of these are the facts. And when I speak to people who do not understand economics, who doesn't understand how this stuff works, I don't understand all of it, but I understand a lot. I understand enough. It's going to set this country rocketing right off the side of a cliff. And his own people have said that. Trump does not understand tariffs. The Purchase does it. That and all of these tax cuts to the rich is that too. And what all of these tariffs is going to do is the American people are going to have to pay for that. The average family is going to be paying an extra $1,300 a month to about $3,400 a month. And the rich is going to have to pay for it too. Now, the super wealthy, they won't have to pay for it in the beginning, but eventually it's going to hit them too, because they rely on the American people being able to buy and support what they're selling, what they're giving, what they're doing. So it's going to affect them too. But for people who don't understand economics, they don't get this. But the information is out there. You can find it on Wall Street Journal. I can get the name of them. They have all of that, all of the information.
Let's be clear. Let's be clear. Are you saying I don't understand economics?
Hold on.
I just want to be clear. Are you saying I don't understand economics?
No, she didn't call your name, brother.
It's kind of.
Yes, I'm saying, okay, I will address you. Yes, I'm saying you don't understand it. And Tyrone, yes, Tyrone.
Oh, okay, now we're clear.
If you want to refer,
but you're wrong.
No, I doubt you do, because some of the stuff that you're saying. And Tyrone, I said, I'm finished addressing you. And Tyrone, so when you refer people, you could just refer them to any of the financial institutions, any of their websites or anything like that. They have a breakdown of her policy as well. They have a breakdown of Trump's policies, economic policies as well. And everybody can get the answer, so they don't only have to go to her website.
Well, I mean, that man, you should just say you support Donald Trump. Let me see who this unknown caller is. Who's this unknown caller?
She long.
Hey, what's going on, Tyrone?
Hey, what's up, Joe? Let me see if
Oh,
Ant
Joe
has
is
something else.
here.
Hold on, Anthony. I'm trying to allow Anthony. I'm trying to allow you to speak before Joe goes. So, do you got anything else to
Yeah,
say?
and Mama's boy gonna come up in here. Yeah, there it goes.
Do you
I
got
mean,
anything?
He pressed her.
Do you got anything else to say, Anthony?
Yeah,
Go
he
ahead.
kind of pinned her in the corner a couple of times, man. When he asked her about the 3 years she's been in office, right? Like, what are her accomplishments? Instead of answering him, she started talking about Trump. Like, and that was like, come on, like, wait, what are we doing here? Like, you gonna answer the question or what?
Well,
like,
let
you
me
can't let that ride, bruh.
let me respond.
Can we move on?
Hold on,
Joe.
Hold on, Joe. I know you want to get in there, but hold on for a second.
Like, people want
listen.
to hear Trump hate, so you can do that. It's just like a nigga getting schooled. He's like, well, nigga, you're an Israelite. Like, no, like, we're not talking about Israelites right now. Let's deal with, the lesson at hand. Like, can you answer that question?
Okay. Well, just so you know, she's the vice president, and the vice president has specific duties, and I think they oversee one branch of Congress, and they there for the decide and vote, and that's what she does, and she has been the most successful vice president in breaking those tie votes in history. So if he really wanted to know what she did, then he would pay attention to how many tie votes she had to break because of the Republicans' resistance to the Democrat administration. So whenever you're looking at other accomplishments on presidential level, she's not the fucking president. If you ask her what the Biden administration was doing, maybe she would have answered it. Or if that's what you want to know, then you can go look. There's a whole list of accomplishments for the Biden administration. The infrastructure bill, the CHIPS and Science Act.
She could have went to that.
Okay, okay, but you said her specifically, right? And then what I'm trying to tell you is you're confusing. Okay, let me finish. I'm trying to tell you you're doing just like everybody else and looking at her as the vice president as somebody who's actually in charge, and it's Joe Biden that's in charge. Do you get what I'm saying? So it's not her accomplishments; it's the Biden administration accomplishments. So let me let Joe get in here.
So she's under the Biden administration.
She is, and she takes.
Oh my God! They're her accomplishments. Man.
Okay. Well, I'm just trying to clear some stuff
up. Essentially, he's asking what are Biden's accomplishments?
Well, ask that question. I'm pretty sure she said.
Went to that. Don't dodge it.
Okay, go ahead. Let Joe get in there, man, since he got a line.
Go ahead.
So let's play a little math game, all right? So Trump has said when he comes in office, he's going to do a mass deportation, all right? So now that sounds really nice. But what he's doing is, let's say he was to do that, you would suck the tax base out of most of the major cities in this country, not to mention the rural areas, all right? That tax base is gone. Those people are not paying taxes anymore. They are deported. Not to mention the fact that they do the work that most people don't want to do. So, not only are you missing the tax base, but at the end of the day, you're leaving work that needs to get done, particularly in the agricultural sector, undone. And then you couple that with a tax cut, and you have just basically set off a financial bomb in the economy, because the tax cut's going to bring in lower numbers, plus the tax base that you're missing. So, I mean, this is just basic math, and I don't know why people don't understand this, but, it is what it is. And can we move on from the trolling? Because she basically outlined the major pieces of the legislation that were passed once they came in office, if you listen carefully. She said it. If you want to know more, you can go to her website and outline it. Or you can go to Joe Biden's website where you can see what the major pieces of legislation, and they did pass a lot, really big pieces of legislation, not as big as Obamacare, but definitely major stuff, So the CHIPS and Science Act alone, is going to be a huge benefit to the economy. Huge, not to mention the cap on insulin. I mean, the list goes on and on, but I'm not going to address the low-level trolling. I mean,
Well, no, listen, guy. Listen, guy.
Joe,
Hold on. Let me
Yeah.
say this right here. I know
Joe,
y'all
there
get
are
it. Hold
people.
on. Shut up,
Hold on,
Anthony.
can I respond to that?
No, well, when I finish, I know y'all get annoyed with Anthony, but you know I try to engage him just for the conversation and all of that. So, but go ahead, Anthony.
Go ahead, Joe. Go ahead and wrap it up, bro.
I think he was done. He was passing the mic.
I lost my train of thought with all of that. I just wanted to respond to him, bro.
Yeah, that was easy.
Yeah. But no, Kamala Harris did her thing in that interview, and like I said earlier, I'm glad that she did go on Fox News, and I'm also glad that we finally got a politician that can go on Fox News and take the hard hits. And she showed her ass. She made sure that the world knew that she won't no fucking weakling in that damn interview, and that's why I think she's ready to be president, because she's not afraid to step up to the plate and confront the hard questions. Even though you have people trying to change the narrative and say that she didn't confront the hard questions, she did. She stood right there and she took every blow that Fox News tried to throw at her, and she came out on top. I mean, listen, let me tell you something about a black woman. And I know y'all gonna say you love black women. I sure do. But just as soon as Kamala Harris looked at that lady and looked at that dude and sat up in her chair, the next words out of his mouth was "Yes, ma'am." I don't know if y'all paid that any attention or not, but he started "Yes, ma'am." He sure did. He said "Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am." I like to fell over when I seen that. So, but you know, that's the strength that she displayed. And then you're gonna have a lot of these red pill guys like Anthony that don't recognize the strength in Kamala Harris. You know,
Red pill. What the hell bro? You can't just be throwing labels on niggas, bro. Just because I don't agree with you, bro. That's not cool.
You don't do the red pill thing?
I don't do none of the pills. I'm not in the matrix.
Oh, okay. But yeah, I think that she Kamala Harris is you know, it's just that America needs to get used to the idea as a woman leader. And like I was saying last night, there is a problem clearly with the statistics in black men that for whatever reason the numbers are low. But I think it's because she's a woman. I don't think it's because they're Trump supporters. And like I said last night, I think black men has been programmed or indoctrinated to think that women can't lead, but they need to get over that, and they need to realize that we need to choose a damn leader, and Kamala Harris is that leader at this time. I mean, she's showing it every day. Well, Donald Trump, go ahead.
Can I add something? Now, I'm going to take up for black men on this. I think black men are being used by the media as well, the national media, and especially from the far right. I think they're being used. I don't think the numbers are as what they're saying.
Oh,
it is
okay.
that black men are just flooding to Trump. There are some, yes, and because they said the same thing in 2020, and this numbers did pick up by 1 or 2%, something like that. I don't think it's the same thing now. I think overwhelmingly, because black men are not that they're not that stupid. They're not. You hear the things that's coming. Some people choose to ignore what's coming out of his mouth and what's coming up from under that MAGA tent. But those are outliers and fools and stupid people and idiots and dumbasses. But I don't think black men. I don't think I'm speaking to.
There's a Green Party, right?
I don't. I'm speaking to Tyrone. I don't think black men. I just don't think the collective of black men is that stupid.
Mm-hmm.
And I think that they're doing the same thing this year, trying to make it sound as if it's droves of black men. I think it's probably about the same. And I think once we come out in the rents after the election, maybe he went up another point, maybe 2, but it's not how they're trying to play this thing. And I'll tell you, this is just, I've heard others say this, other pundits say this, and I happen to agree with this, that I think they're used. Black men are being used. So if things go way left and Trump wins and a lot of things come to fruition that a lot of people think, they want to blame black men for that. They want to be able to say black men did this. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So they want to say black men did this, they did that. Because I was kind of upset with, I can't think of the congresswoman from California. I have a lot of respect for her. You know, let me reclaim in my time, Maxine Waters. And when the election was going on, and we was wondering about Trump or Biden, and she said, if Trump wins this election, I'm never gonna forget black men. And I think she overstepped on. On that. I think she overstepped, but it's not hell. And she had a right to. I understand why it was so much she said.
Well, yeah, she shouldn't have did that. Though that was too much there.
That she shouldn't have.
Obama
did that.
did the same thing, though.
But allow me to finish. I'm speaking with Guy Tyrone, and this is the reason why I get why she said it, because the media was painting this picture the same as they're doing now, that black men was he's widening his doing with black men and he's widening this, that. And I never thought that. And then after the vote came out in the red, the media was lying. Black men overwhelmingly voted for Joe Biden. It was not this black men, black rave that the media was perpetrating. So that's why I felt that.
Well, yeah, I think there's.
In saying that.
I think there's a little bit of that going on.
Doing that now.
I think there's a little bit of that going on.
A lot of that.
But the reason that I'm saying it, the reason I'm saying it because Barack Obama had this little meeting with black men, and there's this whole narrative about black men participation and all this kind of crap. I don't see it. I really don't. But the only reason I'm speaking to it is because of, you know, the whole dynamics of them out there saying it. You know, I'm about like you. I think we're going to vote the right way.
It's going to be right. Black men as a collective are not that dumb. They listen to not the outliers. You can't go by the outliers. You're going because you got some black women who are outliers. But the collective of black men are not that dumb. They are able to hear what's coming out this man's mouth and what he's talking about. So, and I appreciated Obama's talk, and what I'm glad that he did do, that he wasn't at some huge rally when he did it.
Yeah.
It was like a smaller venue where it was black men who were there who were, college graduates, successful, black men, white collar, and had that in a sense, it was a conversation he was having. And I appreciated it, and it was what needed to be said. I thought Maxine was wrong, but the media was painting that picture, and that's why you have to wait to see what's going to be in the bin. And I was listening to, now Roland Martin is somebody I don't listen to a lot, but someone had sent me a clip of a special that he had, and he had the black community, what they're doing now, and he had these people on his panel on the show. They're polling our own community, because they're saying what the national media is doing, they're painting the wrong picture. Now, and when they were saying how they're doing the polling, instead of some of these other, what they doing, because they actually said it, they've seen it, they talked to people. They'll go up to some black men on basketball court and ask them. And I'm not going to get into the visual of that.
Yeah.
But you don't even start with, are you registered? No, they just ask them who, and y'all know this some types in some areas that some of the things they're gonna say.
Yeah, you gonna find Anthony. You gonna find Anthony on the basketball court. That's who you gonna find on the basketball court.
Yeah, but you know what, Tyrone?
Like-minded people like that, and they're not polling. They're only grabbing a small handful in certain areas, like 100 or 200. But I am happy that some of the universities and some of the other groups are polling our community themselves to give some pushback. They're saying that that's not true. I see it online. Some black men They're spewing that stuff, and I don't ignore. Sometimes I have a little back and forth or give a little pushback, but it's not what the national media is pushing. They're doing the same thing as 2020, and they're even doing it even more. That's all. Go ahead, Joe. I'm sorry.
Yeah, I was going to say, Tyrone, what you're gonna hear from certain folks is Obama was scolding black men. My response to that is, if you're a righteous black man, whether you vote Republican or Democrat, you can't be scolded by somebody. If you're taking care of your business and doing the right thing, no one could come along and scold you. You know, just like no one could come along and hurt your feelings. If your feelings are on your sleeve like that, then maybe you need to have an introspective check of yourself to see what you're doing in your life to allow yourself to be hurt. And so there's a large percentage of black men that are uninformed, without a doubt. You know, they are stuck in social media is where they get their information. And social media is easy to manipulate. And the difference, I guess, between the Hispanic community and black communities, the Hispanic community has their own media channels with which they can distribute information. We really don't have that. And so we also don't have the infrastructure to do polling or any of those types of things accurately within our community. Number one, if you approach black people with a clipboard in your hand, they'll lie to you anyway. They ain't gonna tell you the truth. So, because nobody trusts a man, in a suit with a clipboard. Nobody does. But so it's difficult to gauge, the black vote or black thinking, and definitely white media companies do not have their finger on the pulse to be able to do that accurately. This is why you see such crazy reporting. This is why you see such, whenever they do man on the street interviews, you notice they always get the toothless guy that's hanging around, and all that, or the toothless woman that's hanging around, or the crackhead. They've always misrepresented us as a community. It's best when we get it from within ourselves. But I just want to say, social media, a lot of people being paid to do what they do. This is the clout season. This is where unknown commenters can basically say the right thing and get some sort of money in the deal. And this is where you get people that come out of nowhere and get a bunch of followers because this stuff is up for sale. The popularity is up for sale. If you're willing to prostitute yourself to social media, you're going to make a buck without a doubt. Now, can you maintain that buck? That's a different story. Will people remember you once this election cycle is over? That's a different story. Most people don't have the clout to last past the cycle. But, I wouldn't look at social media, as a bellwether for the community at all. So I'm just saying.
All right. Who's this? And I heard the Green Party. Hold on for a second. I heard the Green Party mentioned. And listen, guys, that's not even an option. A third party vote is you're throwing your vote away, because this election is so important that we're going to have to get in there and actually make this happen. You don't throw your vote away. Vote. I'm telling you straight up to vote for Democrats. What's up, Jay New York?
Hold on. Can y'all hear me?
Yeah, go ahead.
All right, cool. So, I pose this question. Good evening to everybody. So, I pose this question to Joshua, right? So I said, look, he's voting for the brother Cornel West, right? And I said,
don't tell me there's still people out there doing that, man. Come on.
No, but this is what I posed. I said, look, all those people that are undecided that end up, let's say they put their vote for Cornel West, right? Or even RFK. Let's put RFK on the table. Now, they did all those votes. They tally everything up. At the very end, what do they do with all those votes that went to RFK and to Cornel West, now that they're not going to be in the middle of the Republican and Democrat nominee? What happens to those votes?
They're not counted for shit.
There you go. So this thing of, and I heard, this is what I heard, again, Joshua could correct me, he said that it's like a resistance vote or to show that you got.
Man, come on,
bro. You need the numbers. I keep saying that. Listen, I agree. There should be independent. There should be a black party, right? African American party with everybody that's involved in that makes the dynamics of it, right? But my point is this: you need the numbers. You need to have people. The amount of numbers that's coming out for them damn Republicans and Democrats, you're gonna have to overwhelm the damn Republicans. You need the numbers. So until then, we gotta be realistic. This thing about, I don't know too much about. What else you want to know about her? You know this fool for about 8+ years. His behavior tells you there's something. I don't even know. It could be a wall that's running for president right about now. And I'm gonna vote for the wall versus Donald Trump.
Nah, that's
Here you
crazy,
have an
man.
overqualified woman that got all the credentials in the world, and people are still questioning her damn credentials. What is she gonna do for me? What she's gonna do is not mess you up worse than what you are right now. How about that? If you don't get nothing at the end, at least you able to get to tomorrow and get to that dollar, that extra dollar. You make it to next year to be able to get your raise, but you crying about whatever's not gonna happen tomorrow. You better get to tomorrow, and that's what I'm saying. You want tomorrow, you know what to do, because this dude is gonna slow it down. Yeah, maybe this country don't go to full hell. Maybe if Donald Trump, it might go almost close to the edge. But let's just say he wins, you're not gonna be in a better situation than what we are right now. It's just gonna get worse.
No, that's what I'm saying, man. They might as well just go ahead and say they're voting for Donald Trump. Cornel West ain't shit. I ain't gonna say. Let me back up. Well, Cornel West ain't shit in this election process. He ain't. But what I'm saying, they might as well just go ahead and vote for Donald Trump. Let me tell y'all this: what white America wants you to do, what Donald Trump wants you to do, what all of these racists in this country
sit your ass home.
Is not vote for Kamala Harris. Is not vote for Kamala Harris. As soon as you say you vote in Green Party or Cornel West or Kennedy, you're not voting for Kamala Harris, and that's what white America wants you to do. You're being submissive, and you're doing exactly what they want you to do. What they don't want you to do also is win. They don't want you to win. And they know as soon as you cast your vote for the Democrat in mass numbers, there's a possibility you might whoop their ass like we did last time. So whenever y'all talking about voting, you might as well put on a MAGA hat. God damn it. This is some bullshit. Cornel West.
It is, Tyrell. Can I add to that Cornel West, piggyback off that, with the Cornel West thing? The reason Cornel West is still on the ballot in some of the states, because the MAGA campaign paid to keep him on the ballot. And he took the money for them to pay it. Why? Don't take my word for it, please. Google it. Why? Because his campaign set up had a lot of debt. Cornel sold y'all out. And you won't even take the time to look up to see what's going on with Cornel. Why is he still on the ballot? Why is he this? His campaign debt, specific things. You're not even bothering to do that. And that's in your best interest to do that. Cornel sold y'all out. So did Jill Stein. Cornel sold you all out. And
well,
that's sad.
and there's the
he's grifting now. He's basically grifting. There you go. You got the article up there, right?
Yeah, I just put the article up. He getting paid by the GOP.
There you go. He sold y'all out. Y'all sure? If you're listening, and you tell us so voting for Cornel West, you're voting for Donald Trump, and you're voting against your best interest. Congratulations, because you didn't bother to check. You didn't bother to look nothing up.
Yeah, that's crazy, man. It's sad. It's sad that we still got people like, I didn't know y'all was on the line. I'm sorry. But it's sad that we still got people.
Bring them on.
Okay, but it's sad that we still got people out there that is not really analyzing in detail what the situation is that's going on. And I heard the same news that Lisa heard, what Lisa was just speaking on weeks ago about how him and Jill Stein and other Green Party candidates was financed by the GOP to siphon off of some of the Democrat voters. And here's the article right here. But what's up, Joshua?
No, I heard my damn name. I mean, I just like, damn, okay. I mean, shit. You know, shit. I mean, you're going to say my name without even having the right answer. I said I was going. I said I'm voting for West to show that black people, if we want power and show them our power when it comes to voting, we make a sacrifice. That's my opinion. I give a goddamn about somebody's interest. I can care less about someone's interest, and you know, I'm voting. No, I'm not voting. My interest is my own interest. I don't care about someone else's interest. So that's where I was coming from that night, Jay, when I was talking to you. I felt, in my opinion, if we do this, that we can show the Democratic Party for once and for all, don't play with our vote. That was my point. Now, overwhelmingly, people, black men in general are going to vote for Harris, period, hands down. Okay, hands down, period. A lot
you
of
said it's like a resistance, right? It's like resistance.
Okay.
Would you say like a
Okay.
resistance?
I wouldn't say necessarily a resistance in a sense. I would say it's a form of saying, look, stop playing with our vote. Okay? Stop playing with us. Okay? And that's where I'm coming from. I'm saying these folks need to stop playing with our vote. They need to stop telling us things and promises and don't come through. That's my point. That was it. It's plain and simple. It's not hard. Again, I'm not here to tell someone who to vote for. I'm not doing that. That's none of my business who you vote for. I don't care in that sense who you vote for. But this don't knock me and my decision on who I vote for.
I don't think it's even a knock. What I'm going to say is this, is that if it makes sense, hold on. If it makes sense, like you said, if your vote is going to make an impact, that the Democrats will be like, oh, yeah, wow, we need the vote. But they're not caring about your vote because they got the majority of the black vote where they need it. Now, I would say is this, if you were to gather up enough to build up that coalition or base to vote for Cornel West to really make it matter, because you're not going to shake up the Democrats. The Democrats are going to do what they're going to do. The same thing for Republicans. They love, y'all little numbers over there.
I think you missed my point, Jay. And
so they explain it.
Right. So my point, like I told you before, I think those people who are going to vote for West, they're voting just on the fact of the principle. Say, okay, I'm showing you that I can vote for a third party. Yes, I get it. West ain't going to win, period. They get that. But overwhelmingly still is what we do understand and what we do know probably. Overwhelmingly, Harris is going to get the votes, period. Now, she's going to get the popular vote. No, I think what's going to happen is I think Donald might get the popular vote in a sense, but I think somewhere down the line, I think, from my personal opinion, I think Harris might pull it off. That's my personal opinion. Because popularity-wise, he's still popular. People like that guy for some reason. I don't know why, but they like him.
Well, I mean, in the campaign season, there's a certain time to have this conversation. There's a certain time to talk about third parties. There's a certain time to talk about different candidates. But right now, we're late in the campaign season, getting ready to cross the finish line. To even have West in the conversation right now is just being politically ignorant at this point. Because okay, I listened to you talk, sir.
Okay, I mean, let me answer when you get done. Okay, go ahead.
Okay, to even have any third party or Green Party in the conversation at this point, you're not wanting to win because you're talking about voting for somebody that you know is going to lose. You're talking about throwing away your vote. You're talking about your vote not even counting whenever it's all said and done. And that ain't why our ancestors fought to have us participate in this system. We know that we got a candidate up there that has the possibility of beating the other side's ass, and that's Kamala Harris. If we now realize that and we throw all of our weight behind that candidate, then you will be on the winning side. And then once again, America will look at Black America and say, Black America did that damn thing. And that's the same thing that happened last election with Georgia when Stacey Abrams busted her ass to turn Georgia from red to blue. It wasn't because they voted fucking third party. It was because they voted for the damn Democrats and they turned that state blue. Black people did that. And they did it so hard that Donald Trump and racist America tried to get rid of your vote by showing up on January the 6th and trying to discount every black American vote that participated in the goddamn election. So voting for West or whoever, it's just bullshit. You can answer, but let me see who this line is. Who is this unknown caller?
This is Miss Lady, and I just have a comment about.
You got to let Miss Lady. You got to let Joshua go. He had something to say.
Okay.
Yeah. No, Tyrone, I was going to say that I get your point. But I'm not throwing my vote away. I'm giving my vote to someone that I thought that I know in fact that has my interest. Period. Okay. Ms. Harris still don't have my interest. Period. Okay. So that's how I see it. That's my vote, and I don't care what someone else says. I really don't. I think it's asinine to even try to challenge someone's idea on what their interests are. One thing I don't do when people vote, I don't have to challenge someone else's interests because that's what they are interested in too. Now, I think again with black people I said we have to stop allowing them to take our vote for granted. Period. Now, and that's how I'm looking at it. Okay.
I got it, but do you realize that you're giving your vote to the GOP?
I'm not giving my vote to GOP. I'm giving my vote to Cornel West.
But do you realize Cornel West is funded by the GOP?
I get what you're saying about the funding and all that stuff, but again, I'm giving my vote to Cornel West.
Okay, well, see, this is why I say I can't talk on this level. Hold on, brother. Wait, let me finish with this right here. I understand and I respect your decision. So I just want to back out of this conversation because I heard you. There's nothing I can say, So, Miss Lady?
Yes, I'm not sure why you would respect that decision, but that's up to you. I'm just looking at Wikipedia. Now, Cornel West, he's broke because he's been married 5 times, and I don't think any of them were black women. The first one is Hilda Holloman. The second one is Ramona Santiago. The third one is Alini Gebre Amrak. The fourth one is Leslie Coxkin. And the last one is Anahita Madavi. And I haven't looked this up, but they said people have criticized him for his spending habits, having been in debt often and owing the IRS $483,000 as of 2023. Some of the spending has gone towards extramarital affairs, with some girlfriends and ex-wives claiming he impregnates and abandons women. I don't know what that's about, but this is on Wikipedia. I will not be voting for anybody that is married 5 times and continues to be in debt. I'm just not doing it.
Wow.
Something's wrong.
You're fading away, Miss Lady. You're fading away. I don't know if that's just me, but I hear you low.
Oh, I said something is obviously, it's just not, for me, it's not adding up. So I would not be voting for
There's a
Cornel.
lot not, you're right. There's a lot not adding up about Cornel.
Is he married to this white woman?
Wow.
Is he married
He's married to the 5th one. Her name is Anita Madavi. She's African.
She's African. No,
she's not African.
He done went around the world. You messing me up right now with Cornel. So this is breaking my heart. Seriously. I never heard none of this shit about him.
He's so much in debt. That's why he's taking back money.
All of those divorces and I don't know how many children he's had and having all of that foolishness. So no.
Was he ever married to somebody? Let me ask Miss Lady. Was he ever married to somebody named Leslie Smith?
Leslie Kopkin, Kotkin. Married in 2015, divorced in 2018.
Is she white?
Damn.
Yes.
Okay, so that's Joshua's interest is marrying white women. We got it now.
Okay, wow.
Don't throw that on him. Damn.
I'm just messing with you, y'all. I'm just messing with you.
No, that's okay. Well, here's the problem with what she just said. Now, people jocking.
I'm just messing with you, man.
No, I'm not, no, that's fine. No, I'm saying people jocking Ms. Harris, but her husband, the white man that she's married to, he's a woman beater.
Okay.
He beat up a woman before. So let's stop with all the morale shit.
What you talking about?
Repeat the name. Who you repeat the person that you said is a beater or whatever? We didn't hear.
I think she's talking about Kamala Harris's husband.
Well, I haven't heard anything about that.
We don't know that to be true. We don't know.
Because he's white. That's why you don't know about that.
Second gentleman.
I know what he's
I
saying.
just know that Kamala's been married one time.
Okay, so I'm saying I don't give a. Hold on, let me say something. I don't care. I don't care
And
who Cornell
she's
West
not
is
in
married
debt.
to.
She's not
That's
in
not
debt
my
because of
problem.
extramarital
That's not my
affairs
issue on who
and
he's
having
married
been
and who
married
he decided
five
to marry.
times.
Okay. Okay.
Why
Can I
is
finish?
interruption?
Wait a minute.
Can I
Okay,
finish?
guys. Okay, we're gonna do
Can I
one at a
finish?
time. Calm down.
Wait a minute, Tyrone, you got to
She's
put
not
some allegedly
grifting.
out there.
She's not a
Wait a minute.
grifter.
Wait a minute. Hold on, Miss Lady. I didn't hear what Lisa said. What'd you say?
You got to put some alleged. You got to put some alleged.
Oh, allegedly,
out there.
yeah. Y'all do allegedly.
All allegedly.
Yeah, well, and the reason I'm saying that because I know what Yeshua is speaking of, and you got to put some hard allegedly.
There's no paperwork to back that up.
Okay, no, there is paperwork to back it up.
Okay.
Well,
There is paperwork to back it up.
I didn't say.
Okay,
paperwork.
wow. Well,
you have to
let me say this.
Allow me to finish, damn.
What you talking about?
Because we'll get the channel. Okay, can you just stop being fussy and listen for a minute? The channel will be taken down if certain things are said and heard.
Right.
So I'm trying to protect the channel.
Yeah, y'all just try to protect your
Don't
speech.
get excited.
No, I'm not getting excited. You want to say the same thing. Go on, talk. Go on.
Allegedly, he was accused of slapping an ex-girlfriend. Allegedly. But the ex-girlfriends are the ones who came out. The ex-girlfriend, her friends are the one who came out and told it. Has she gotten on the record, said anything about it herself?
So listen, allegedly the Kamala Harris husband, Doug Emhoff, hit his girlfriend, hit his ex-girlfriend allegedly. Is that right?
Yes, allegedly.
Okay.
And her friends told it. But she has asked up, unless Yeshua said there's paperwork to receive, I'm asking, has the ex-girlfriend come out and said anything yet?
Okay.
Because the last
Right.
time that I read up on it, she didn't. So that's
Okay,
why
now.
all of this is allegedly.
Okay, now you gonna let me answer that?
Go ahead.
Okay, now. Okay, now the ex-girlfriend might not come out with it now. Period. Okay, because she's been told not to come out with it now. But see, I have a problem that I have a problem. People saying, "Well, I don't care less about the brother getting married 5 times. Kudos to him." I didn't think he had it in him the way, the way I look at him sometimes, I say, damn, bro, do that 5 times, bro, damn. But the thing is that I can care less when he married 5 times. I can care less. That's not my problem. That's not my issue, and that's not why I'm voting for him. I can care less about that. But it's what I don't like is his
Well, if someone can't handle their own personal finances, I don't trust them to handle the finances for the country. But now go ahead. He's down to $500,000 in debt, allegedly. But now you go ahead and vote for somebody that can't keep their own finances together.
Okay, hold on for a second. Hold on for a second. And before you go on, Joshua, these articles are saying Doug Emhoff denies that he struck his ex-girlfriend. So you got the accusation. Wait a minute, let me just say, because we got to have both sides here. You got the accusation that he allegedly hit his ex-girlfriend, and he's responded to it by saying that didn't never happen. So that's just how.
Okay, that's fine. Okay, whatever. But okay, so I'm saying still, I care less how broke he is. That's not my. I keep telling you, that's not my problem. Period. I'm not in his pocket. I'm not his grown man. Whatever issues he got with money, that's on him. That ain't on me. Okay, so I can care less about his financial woes. That's not my problem.
Well, that's just charming, isn't it?
Okay,
you want to let the president,
you're going. He's done.
To be the president of the country who's had so many marriages that he's in serious debt and grifting.
So why are you worried about who the hell he's married?
Kudos to you.
Why are you worried about who he's married to?
No,
why are you worried
I
about who he's
say
married
that
to?
Why am I worried? I'm not worried about it.
Joshua just pulling y'all leg. He not really gonna vote for West. He gonna vote for Harris. Joshua just pulling y'all leg.
You know, I don't care who he votes. I really don't care. But no, when women stand up on their square, then they go, "Why are you worried about this?" Okay, so I'm saying,
okay, we're gonna have to calm down and do one at a time.
Exactly. I mean, you know,
he needs to stop throwing that out.
My point is this. Again, I don't care who he's married to. I don't care about it. I don't care who he's married to.
Worried about who he's married to.
No,
and how many times. I'm saying the fact of the matter is he's been married 5 times. He's in serious debt, drifting, and taking money from Republicans, and that's not somebody I would want to have in the presidency.
Okay, fine. That's true. That's fine. I'm not in his pocket. Okay, I'm not in his pocket. I'm not in his pocket, and I'm not in his fucking bed.
Okay. So what we're gonna do? So we can cool this conversation down. Okay. So hold on. Okay, guys, y'all gonna have to cool down. What we're gonna do so we can cool the conversation down. We're gonna let Joe.
No, they're stupid comments to make.
Okay, so what, Miss Lady? We're gonna have to calm down. We're gonna let Joe speak so we can calm it down a little bit.
I'm not upset. I'm just talking. I'm just saying those comments. You don't worry about it. Nobody's worried about anything. I'm just stating facts.
Okay,
and
really
he doesn't want to hear. He doesn't want to hear the truth.
No.
Then he turns it around and
let it go. Okay,
okay, guys.
Tyrone, get your shit, boy. I'm telling you.
Okay, hold on.
No, I'm not. I'm trying to stop arguing with her, and she keeps.
Okay, so what? That's why I said.
Stop stuttering.
That's why. Okay. Okay. Miss Lady and Joshua, you guys are on mute while y'all cool down for a little bit. I'm gonna let Joe speak because y'all done started calling names, and that leads to other things. And I'm trying not to have that if y'all don't mind. So if y'all can just take a deep breath and woosah for a little bit. Go ahead, Joe.
No, I was gonna say, one of the unspoken things, that people really don't shine a light on is, the amount of black business, particularly government black business, that occurred under Trump versus under Biden. Under Biden, black business boomed. There's no ifs, ands, or buts about it. And, that's the reality of it. With government contracting via, his chips. Infrastructure bill, all of that stuff, that benefited the shit out of black business. And most people don't realize, most people don't realize that, the greater bulk of dollar-wise black business ain't the corner store, ain't the soul food joint, it's government contracting. Government contracting has made more black millionaires than anything else. And so when government contracting, it works in our favor, we prosper. That's why you have Prince George County and all those areas surrounding DC. That's black. That comes directly from government contracting money. And so under Trump, though, it's shrunk. It's shrunk a lot. We hurt under Trump in terms of government contracting because he put all his cronies in place who in turn rewarded their cronies. It became the issue of loyalty rather than ability. And so, if I'm gonna vote, I'm gonna vote for the party and the people that helped black business to prosper, and that was Joe Biden to come out. You know, I mean, that's the reality of it. I mean, that's the numbers. So I just leave that there for y'all to think about.
All right, y'all lines are back open,
Joe,
but let Elisa go.
Joe, speaking facts, because the area that he mentioned, that's right where I live in the heart of it. And I know black people. I know some black businesses, not a lot, a handful. You can't know everybody that got some of those government contracts. And I see the wealth. I'm not wealthy, but I do all right. But I see the wealth surrounding me. And black people got them jobs and they got them contracts. I see it. Joe is speaking facts. That's it.
All right, yeah, I just think Cornel West is a terrible choice in this election. We got like 2 weeks left until, you know, the rubber meets the road. And if there's a lot of people in the black community considering Cornel West, it's just dumb at this point. I mean, we're all with our community always want to leave a mark or give a message or send some type of signal that we are strong. But for some reason, we can still be manipulated and pulled apart whenever it comes to these politics. And if you know in the majority of the black community is going to do something, why the fuck would you go the other way? You don't want to be a part of it. Or you just want to, I don't know, you want to listen to what these Republicans tell you to do and not vote for the damn Democrat. All because of some narrative that was planted in our community, that was fed to people like Adolf, that is fed to people like Tariq Nasheed. These people have fed these narratives to demonize the Democrats and demonize Biden to get people convinced not to do that. And clearly, according to this article, Cornel West is getting fed the same bullshit to peel off the fucking black voter from the goddamn Democrats. I mean,
that's a sellout. He's selling out.
Yeah, I mean, clearly, if it's like Miss Lady is saying, and Cornel West is like in debt, then of course he's got a motive to do whatever the fuck he's doing, because they're feeding him political money, they're feeding him campaign money. I mean, get the hell out of here. This is crazy.
And Tyrone also,
let me
take up for
Can I just?
Let me take up for Miss Lady. Miss Lady, let me take up for you a little bit. When she's talking about Cornel West, okay, I ain't gonna run the man down, but what she's saying is, if his personal life is a mess, that speaks to his if his personal life is a mess, he's constantly in debt because of his personal life. That speaks to his integrity. And that speaks to if he can be bought. Those types of things are very serious. Because that's what Donald Trump, he has no integrity. And he has different nations and different people all over the world giving him money. They got stuff on him. So he's selling out. And to Russia, to this, to that. And Cornel West is now taking money for the GOP. So just to say that you're going to ignore who he is. You're going to ignore whether or not he has integrity.
Don't play with me, Lisa. Lisa, stop it. Lisa, don't play with me, Lisa.
Hold on, Yashua, I promise you can. Wait a minute, Yashua, you can go right.
Don't fucking play with me.
Yashua, you can. No, you hold on.
I done told her.
Okay, hold on. You can go right after her. I promise you, sir. But let's not just calm down for a second, and you can say whatever you want to, but just one at a time. Go ahead.
You said, not Miss Lady. You said that you don't care about his personal life. You're not counting his pockets, who he was married to, whether or not he's in debt, with all of that. You said you don't care about that. You said that. These are your words. So don't say that I'm doing something to you or that I'm coming at you wrong. I can only go by what you say. And to say that you don't care about his personal life, that doesn't matter to you. You don't care about this. You know he has your best interest. You have to take a person, especially who's running for politics, who's running to govern over you. You have to take well, you don't have to, but everyone should take that person as a whole. So when they put themselves up there as a politician to govern over you, you have to take all of that it should be taken under consideration, the whole package. And if they can't conduct their personal life, they're constantly in debt. They're liable to take, they're liable to do, they're liable to start doing anything against your best interest for money because they're having a problem controlling it. They have a problem, whatever the problem is, conducting their personal life. And this is why, okay, I'll end with this. This is why on the police department, I don't know whether it works out or not. I don't know whether, I don't know, because you have some of these smaller states, because they do whatever it is that they're going to do. But that is why, I know when my brother was first joining the police department, if they were heavy in debt and in credit card debt and things like that, they couldn't get on the force because of that thing, the same thing that I'm telling you. They can be bought. They can cut corners. They will do things because their personal life is a mess. So that should be taken under consideration. So I went off of your words. Your words.
Okay, you said it. Okay, now, I said not to play with me because you're still, like I said before, when I first got on the phone, I'm not here to tell folks who to vote for. You're trying to tell me who to vote for because you're trying to pass all of a sudden. Hold on, let me finish.
Wait a minute, let him finish, Elisa.
Because you're trying to pass a moral judgment on West. Again, I cannot help if women like him. That's not my problem. I cannot help if he can talk a woman into marrying him. That's not my problem. I cannot help if he got through some financial problems. I'm going by his policies, and for the most important, like I said before, I'm doing this vote to me, like I said. Now, one time did I tell y'all who you should vote for when I got on this phone? Now, one time. I'm doing this in protest to show my vote cannot be taken advantage of, and it should be taken seriously. Now, y'all might disagree with me. That's fine. I'm okay with that. But one thing I'm not going to let you play with me on, don't come to me with no moral shit about him when I just told y'all put up for that cracker when he beat up his girlfriend. He beat his girlfriend up.
No, he did not.
Okay, so hold on. Wait a minute, everybody. Okay, everybody, hold on.
No, he did not. You are lying now. You're lying on the man.
Okay, so hold on.
You're lying.
Okay, Joshua and Miss Lady, y'all hold on. And like I said, Joshua just made an accusation that he allegedly beat his girlfriend, and I shared with y'all an article where he denied those claims. So we just got to be careful, okay? Just be careful.
Okay, but Tyrone, that doesn't mean he didn't do it.
Okay, well, Joshua, I'm not here to debate it. I'm just here to put out the facts.
Right.
You making one.
You know what, Tyrone? They said that he was outside. They were outside a movie theater and allegedly she was flirting with another man, and allegedly he slapped her outside the theater. It did not say he beat her up.
Okay, now, so this is my point. Well, he slapped her or not, he's a woman beater. Period.
He's not a woman beater.
He's not a woman beater.
You're mischaracterizing the man.
He's a woman beater.
Okay, he did not.
And now you're placing a moral judgment
okay, this is what I'm saying.
You're mischaracterizing. You weren't there.
This is what I'm saying. See, this is the problem. We got loving ass women who would take up for this cracker.
You weren't
and
there.
Instead, you talking about, hold on, but instead, you on the phone talking about a Cornell man on who he married.
Now, you vote for Cornell.
Shit to me.
You and him can be broke together,
so
okay? I just, you know, that's what it is, Tyrone. He identifies.
What you say?
He identifies with a black man being broke. That's why he's going to vote for him, okay?
No, I identify with some of his policies. Identify with. I care less about his damn pockets. I care less about what is his policy. Okay, is it something I like to hear? Is it something I agree with? Yeah, it is. But for the most important part, if you listen dirtbag. What I'm telling you, I said for the most part, I'm doing my best in protest. That's what I said. Point blank. I can't tell you that.
Can I go? Can I say something, Tyrone? Yes, Yeshua. I heard you.
Okay, then discussion's over. Discussion's over.
Okay, hold on. Wait. Hold on. Listen, you can't. Wait a minute, Elisa. You can't say discussion over when we called in here to give our opinions. Wait a minute. Wait. Okay. I'm not gonna argue with you. All I do is facilitate. Yeah, you can go. All I do is facilitate and moderate this platform. I'm not going to argue with you, but what we did call in here to do is give our opinions. And what you did was you gave your opinion on how you felt on this air, and people are giving their opinions about what they heard from you, sir. So just calm down. If you don't want nobody to say anything about it, I suggest you not put it out there, sir. I don't know what else to say. Okay, go ahead, Miss Elisa. Jesus.
Tyrone, when I got on the phone,
okay, it's
I made it clear.
Elisa is talking. Elisa is talking.
Now, Yeshua, I heard you, but you said it was in protest. I did that in 2016. I didn't vote for the top of the ticket. So I understood that. I'm not trying to convince you to vote for anybody. I don't give a rat's ass who you vote for. But now I'm about to get cutthroat. Don't they all, Tyrone, I'm talking to Tyrone, but I'm about to get cutthroat. I always hear from black men, not Yeshua, but that black men, that black women are emotional. We're emotional creatures. They're emotional creatures. And this man is so emotional that we explain to him that he keeps saying that he beat her. Ooh, he beat her. He's telling them. You have got to put an allegedly in front of that. And the fact that he refuses to do it, he can't even calm his emotions to protect the damn platform. Mr. Emotional.
Wow.
Yeshua.
Okay.
Wow.
Whew, Lord.
Yeah.
And they say women are emotional. You're right, Elisa.
Yeah.
We're supposed to be the emotional ones. And look how poised Kamala Harris maintains herself. And look at the one she debated. And look at how that one kept going at her and interrupting her and talking over her and all of that.
Well, you interrupted me. You talked over me.
And poised,
you interrupted me and talked over me.
her thoughts well.
You interrupted me and talked over me.
They're the ones.
Okay, you interrupted me and talked over me, right? Same thing, right? You interrupted me and talked over me.
Yes.
Okay, so I'm fine, Miss Elisa. I'm fine with my emotions, sis. I'm fine with that. I don't care what you said about my emotions. I'm fine with that. Period. But one thing I'm not going to do, I'm not going to get on this phone and be a hypocrite. That's what I'm not going to do.
Well, I think
you are, though.
The perfect segue is, look, I think that the board. I brought up Cornel West for two things: not for emotional and not to sway anybody to vote. It was to point out or identify what is the result of his vote. And me, myself, before knowing all this other stuff they had, I would have voted for him if I knew he had a chance, right? But he doesn't have a chance. Plus, then I would have to have him put up his qualifications against Kamala Harris and try to figure out who's best qualified, right? But, again, it wasn't for emotional standpoint or a thing of anything else, but to identify what would be the result of a person that votes for him, knowing that he doesn't have the amount of numbers that he would need to compete in the Republican-Democrat platform, as far as sitting or standing on that platform with them, going as a debate or even the vote where it goes to the end where it's not just Donald Trump and Kamala Harris. That's all.
But, Jay, don't you think Lisa made some good points about someone's financial situation?
Right, you're vulnerable.
You're very vulnerable, and to undue influence and to corporate money, wealthy money, foreign powers money. And that's not something, to put our interests of United States citizens' interests you know, in possibly in harm's way, and not doing what's best for the country, but doing what's best for your pocket, for your bank account. So that's why it's very important.
You don't want to be in a financial issue, or I mean, at least for people, is really shaky and question. You know, for a person to come in and they'll have financial issues because they're vulnerable. Again, the vulnerability. Now, a person that got their finances all right doesn't mean they got to be rich, but they don't have no need to take in money because they're okay financially and they can do the job clearly without being,
And the institution of marriage should be taken seriously. It shouldn't be something you just bounce to one to one to one to one to. That's very telling.
Stable, unstable.
It's unstable. And that's
you can see one divorce, maybe twice, but 3, 4, 5, it starts becoming, I guess, is it normal now, or is it, I don't know. Like after one, I think you would try to learn and not to keep going into it, getting into marriages like Donald Trump.
Right. I mean, how serious would you take the office of the presidency?
Right,
because
you don't even take your own relationship serious.
Your marriages, yeah.
You can be raggedy.
He didn't. I don't know. We're not in his marriages. We don't know. Women could be crazy, bipolar, whatever, alcohol. We don't know. But I'm just saying, that's a red flag.
Better decision making. So whether it was him being the one at fault or her at fault, the decision making is not good, basically. Okay, she's crazy, but then you get with another crazy one, so you have to question yourself, what am I doing wrong, that I'm attracting this, or I'm keep, falling for it, when, or not analyzing situations where I'm just jumping into marriages and finding out later that, it's not going to work out.
And then if he's abandoning, marriages and children or whatever, I don't know if that's true or not. That's something you'd want to look more into as well. Because he does, I don't know.
No, it is true because somebody can be raggedy. A lot of everybody got some stuff, and that's not what we're saying. That's what we're talking about. But when your stuff is real, but when your stuff is real raggedy, and you are broke and constantly need the money and stuff, you are high risk. Companies, not just the police
he's
department.
Supposedly a high-value black man, right? With his PhD, and he's taught at Princeton and Yale and Harvard and all these places and wrote in all these books. But he's allegedly a high-value man, right? Yeah. So there's a lot of great women out there to choose from.
But if he's lucky he has tenure with where he professors at. Because a lot of companies and a lot of businesses and things like that, with these high-profile jobs and things like that, and even lower level. Dude, if you got to get a job at Macy's, they're going to run a credit check on you. And if your credit is all screwed up to holy hell, they're not going to hire you because they're going to look at you at risk of maybe stealing and doing things like that because your finances is in tatters. Those things should be taken under consideration. Maybe that explains why he's taking GOP money right now. You've got to take all this stuff under consideration. Because like Donald Trump was raggedy his entire life. And look at the foolishness he got going on with his first wife, Ivana. He had Marla Maples was rolling up on his wife at the ski resorts with all type of nasty mess in front of his children, call her out, this my man. He had a raggedy mess going on. He wasn't handling his business. And then he continued on to the next wife with a raggedy mess. And then it just raggedy. And that speaks volumes. And bankrupting businesses and things all over the place.
6 times bankrupt.
You have to take that stuff under consideration because those people are vulnerable to all types of entities that will corrupt them. That's what we're looking at with Donald Trump. And I'm not saying that about Cornel West is as raggedy as Donald Trump, but he has some issues. And you don't want I would never put anybody, if I owned a corporation, somebody whose credit is screwed, somebody who is just in debt up to their neck, and they just got all type of home life situations and all type. They're not running my thing. They're not running my stuff. You have to take all of that under consideration. You can have a raggedy mess like Kamala's current husband. Now, this isn't allegedly. He had an affair on his first wife, and they got divorced, got through it. Everybody getting along. People got stuff. We're human. But if you got all kind of raggedy stuff going on, all type of women, and just a big mess, and your finances in tatters. No, you cannot.
I'm gonna tell you, divorce will leave you your finances messed up. One divorce, let alone 4.
It's gonna have you all screwed up, all sideways, and that is a fact. And that type of stuff has to be taken up. I'm not gonna dismiss that. If you just raggedy out here, I'm not gonna dismiss that because you are susceptible to being corrupted. I'm not understanding. You can vote for it if you want.
And nobody's gonna take that vote seriously. Voting for seriously, they're gonna say, who voted for him? They're gonna be laughing. Nobody's gonna take that seriously.
But I get you're doing this in protest, not voting for those at the top of the ticket. I get that. I respect that. I don't respect that now, but that's me. It's my opinion. I did that in 2016. I didn't vote for the top of the ticket. But I had the luxury to do that because I live in a navy blue state, and Hillary Clinton was going to get our delegates regardless of what I do. So I had the luxury. But if I did not live in a true blue state, that means I don't have luxury to be doing that. If I lived someplace in Ohio or Georgia or something like that, I would not have done that. Even though I despise Hillary Clinton, she would have been better than Trump. So I would have voted for, again, the lesser of two evils. But I think this election, I don't think we have luxury to be doing that.
I think that social media has caused black people to diminish the meaning of protests. And this is not a protest because our community got a history of protesting and it meaning something. The protests had platforms and they were trying to achieve an agenda. Whenever you're saying you're making a protest vote, you're not really protesting anything. The only thing you're doing is throwing away your vote. What are you trying to? What?
You do the same
Okay. What did I talk when you talk? What do you do? I'm not. I'm speaking to the audience. The 3 people on YouTube.
Bro, you're doing the same shit they do.
I was giving my opinion when Alicia was talking about protests. I want to give my opinion, sir.
Again, I did not tell you who you should be voting for. I didn't say your vote was dumb. I didn't say anything like that. Did I?
I didn't say that either. I'm just giving you there is really a definition for protest, and I'm trying to tell people the history.
But that's my protest.
Okay, but I'm giving my opinion on our community's history of protesting. The Montgomery bus boycotts, that was a protest. They was protesting about the public transportation system. What the fuck are you protesting, sir? You get what I'm saying? I don't know.
Tyrone, I just explained to your ass what I was protesting. I just explained to you what I was protesting. I said I'm protesting the fact I want them to take our vote seriously, and taking our vote seriously, then that they can begin to look at things that we say that we want. They can look at it seriously. That's my point. I said that to you, Tyrone.
Okay, so you done now?
Can I jump in here real quick?
Yeah, go ahead. Obviously, I can't tell people the history of protests in our community, so go ahead.
So I get it. I get what you're actually saying, but there's a fundamental flaw in that. Number one, when you say we, who's the we talking about? And number two, okay, well, if you want them to take your vote seriously?
Yeah, I'm doing it in protest. It's about me. I don't care less about Mr. West and his 5 wives. I can care about Mr. West.
We're not talking about. I'm not even referring to that. I'm not referring to any of that. I'm referring to just what you said about taking your vote seriously. Yeah.
Pamela and her husband too. I can feel less about that.
That's fine. We're not talking about any of that, Joshua. Okay. Yeah, I'm just dealing with what you just said, which is taking your vote seriously.
I don't know what for. Go ahead.
Yeah, but I'm not bringing that up. I'm just referring to what you said, taking your vote seriously. What does that look like? How do you define that? Is what I'm trying to get to.
Okay, now, Joe, I just explained to you. Okay, you're gonna make me sound repetitive. I'm trying to be so repetitive. I said, for me, I'm doing it in my own protest. Again, I'm not knocking what you do. I'm not knocking what somebody else do. Okay? So if you're voting for Miss West, that's fine. I'm kudos. I'm applauding you on that. But me,
but I'm not talking about any of that. Listen, calm down. I'm only referring to what you said, which is you want them to take your vote seriously. I don't really care who you're voting for.
Okay, now.
No, I'm not. Listen to me. I'm not asking you about that.
Now,
I'm asking you what it looks like to take your vote seriously.
Okay,
that's all I'm asking.
Okay, right. So I'm telling you, if you heard me from the beginning, I, from my perspective, I feel that if black people will sacrifice something, okay, and say, okay, let's do this. If the Democrat Party see us going that way, they go, oh shit, they serious. So we just can't tell them anymore just to vote for us. Then we get in office, and then it's like quiet like a golf course. Okay, so this is where I'm getting at. Now, again, I'm not mad at you because you vote for Harris. Y'all not understanding me. I'm actually glad y'all vote for it, and that's why I'm saying overwhelmingly she's gonna probably win the election. Period. You see.
But you're not addressing what I'm asking you, Joshua. It's not.
I did address.
Forget. No. Forget Harris. Take all the names. Listen to me. Calm down. Take all the names out of it. All right. I'm not referring to any names here. I don't take all the candidates out of it. I'm asking you, what does it look like to take your vote seriously? What does that look like?
Joe, don't play with me, Joe. That's very vague what you just told me.
I'm not playing with you. I'm not playing. I'm asking you honest questions.
Joe, and I done told you. I said what it looks like to me in my protest is exactly what I just explained.
I'm confused.
Yeah, go ahead and ask.
Joe can't answer the question. He can't answer that question because it doesn't. He really can't.
I did answer. Yeah. Who told us pit bull? Tyrone, get the pit bull, bro. I keep telling him.
But
stop talking to me.
I'm not talking.
He can't answer the question because you've asked him 5 times and he won't do it.
Stop talking to
so
me.
he has no real answer to it. That's why he's getting all emotional, pushed out of shape and yelling and all of this. He can't answer it because he has no answer to that.
Joe, I answered your question.
Yeah, I'm not concerned about your protest. Yeah, I'm not concerned about your protest. I'm not even talking about anything that happened in the last 15 minutes.
Oh my God.
Because you said you want them to take your vote seriously. My question is, what does that look like?
I want them to understand for me, okay, since you want me, I'm trying to answer the best way to give you the answer. I want them to understand why this young man voted for Cornel West. He's saying to you, as the Democratic Party, you don't take his vote seriously, and what you don't do, you don't put in policies that would benefit him. That's what he's looking at. That's what I'm saying, Justin. That's all I'm saying. It's not hard.
Well, it is because I really don't understand. You know what you say. Look, when you say, all right, let me back up. Let me try and hit this from another. What policies are we talking about? What kinds of policies here?
Okay, I'm talking about police reform. I'm talking about qualified immunity. I'm talking about those type of things, Joe. That's what I'm talking about. Those things that Biden would not do. He was anti. Those are things I'm talking about. And like she said, and she was clear on this. She said her 4 years of office might be a little different than Biden's. And I can respect that she said that. I said, okay, she's thinking for herself. She's not just about Biden. You see.
Okay, but police reform is a local issue, not a federal one.
Okay, dude, you asked me what the question was, right? I'm telling you what my policy and what I'm protesting.
Yeah, you just said police reform, but that's a local issue. That's not a federal issue. We don't have federal police.
Joe, that's an issue that affects black people in general. Okay?
I understand. I understand.
Okay, listen to what I'm saying. Black people are trying to get what? Qualified immunity. We're trying to get police reform. We're trying to get cops to stop shooting us down at traffic stops, etc. This is what I'm saying. We're trying to get it's something else to try. Well, also try to get the anti-lynching bill. We're trying to get that redone because that doesn't stop folks from lynching us. And what happens is that when there is a lynching, when a black man's hanging from a tree, they holler suicide.
Yeah, I hear you, but those are not federal issues. Those are local issues.
Joe, you asked me for me, okay? You asked me for me, so I'm telling you this is the thing that I'm thinking about, okay? Now,
yeah, I understand. I understand. I'm clear on that. But again, what I'm trying to say to you, those are local issues. Those are federal issues.
Okay, no, but
yes.
I'm not just talking about federal. I'm talking about the things that I'm interested in. This is what I'm interested in. I can't speak for you. This is what I'm interested in. Okay?
But if those are the things you're interested in, then what does that got to do with a presidential election? You said you want them to take your vote seriously. But you're mixing local and federal.
Joe, I just told you that Joe Biden made it clear that he would not sign anything for the police reform. Now maybe Harris might do something with that. Maybe she might because she made it clear that she's going to be a little
Joshua, police reform happens at a local level. He can't sign anything.
Joe, he's the president of the United States. She can do something. Yes, she can.
He's not getting the separation of powers either. He's just not. Police power belongs to the
Yeah, he can't override a state.
He can't do anything about that.
He can't do anything about that.
He can't do that, but what I can bring to your attention, Joshua, the Emmett Till Anti-Lynching Act. The Emmett Till Anti-Lynching Act is a United States federal law which defines lynching as a federal hate crime, increasing the maximum penalty to 30 years imprisonment for several hate crimes. It was passed by the U.S. House of Representatives February 28, 1922, Biden administration, and the United Senate on March 7th, 2022. Biden administration. So you mentioned lynching. There you go.
Right. I mentioned lynching. Right.
I thought he would say reparations.
Let me finish my point with lynching. I said that, Elisa, because when it's a lynching, they keep saying suicide. So that needs to be redone. That needs to be. I said that. I just said
he can't. They can't do anything about that. That's local.
No, but Lisa, as the president of the United States, if it's an anti-lynching bill, he has a right as the president, or she has a right as the president, to say, "Wait a minute, we got to get these attorneys in these states to stop saying these are suicides." For one,
you can't get nobody to stop saying. You can't get anybody to stop saying anything.
They're lynching.
But what they can do is, because the punishment is in place, it can be referred to the Justice Department for prosecution on the federal level. You want them to be able to write a bill on the local level telling people what they can and cannot say. Let's be adults here.
No. A bill should be written what they can say, because this is the problem. If you listen to what I'm saying, they're not doing the investigations. They just said these are suicides.
Congress passes the bills, not the president.
Hold on. I'm not talking to you. I'm talking to Elisa. My point, Elisa, is this, that
I'm talking to everybody but you on the phone. I can make a remark and not talk to you. So
why
I'm not
wasn't-
talking to you when I
I'm not
talk.
talking. I'm
The
talking to
Congress
Lisa.
passes
So don't
the
cut me off.
bills. There's a
So don't cut
separation
me
of
off.
powers issue. Someone doesn't
The
appear to
point is that
understand.
as President of the United States, they can go back to Congress and say this. Okay, we have to get them to stop saying he's a suicide. For one, we got to get them to be honest with you, especially if they have not did the investigation. They just can't show up on the scene and a day later say, "Oh, it's a suicide." They can't do that. That's the problem. We have 4.
Elisa, would you please repeat what you just said?
We have 4 lynchings. Let me finish my point. We have 4 lynchings within the last month. We have 4 black truck drivers. Okay? Each one of them, they keep coming back saying they're suicide. That's a problem. So I'm saying, as the President of the United States, they have to step in and say, wait a minute. Okay, these are not just suicides. These are not just suicides.
That's overstepping.
Okay.
It's awful. I agree. But that's overstepping the local level. They can't do that. If the local, that's a local issue. If the if the local police departments or whatever is investigating it, and they come back, that's what they say, and it's a lie. They can't overstep and write a bill to say you can't say that no more. No, that ain't how things work. They can't
Well,
do
Lisa,
that.
they have not did investigations. That's my point. They have not investigated the case. They just come back saying they
How
were
do you know?
suicide.
Maybe they looked into it, and you don't know that. Oh my God!
I looked into it.
Okay,
They looked into it. They just had one. First thing they came back, the second day they said it was suicide, Lisa.
So you
That's what they said.
you know because they didn't because
They came back
didn't
the
announce
second
that
day
they
and
were
said it was
looking
a
into it.
suicide.
If they open
Really?
an investigation, if the Justice Department opens an investigation, that means they're formally looking into it. You don't know if they looked into it on the back channels. You don't know that.
They
You
have
don't know
not
that.
looked into
I don't
it.
know that. You don't
Okay,
know
so
that.
what I'm saying, so now you
Unless
say I'm
they
lying.
open a federal investigation. That's how these
But-
things work. But the
So my
president
point
can't tell nobody what not to say on the local level.
My-
That's overstepping. That's overstepping.
No, it's not overstepping.
Local
It's not
jurisdiction. Yes,
It's
it
not
is
overstepping.
overstepping.
It's not
It's wrong,
overstepping.
but that doesn't
It's
mean
not.
it's wrong.
If they have
Just
not-
because it's wrong.
You know, I
Okay, go
thought
ahead.
somebody was a
I'll
little
get it.
smarter than what they're showing tonight. I really did.
No.
They're knowledgeable
That's what
about
I'm
a lot
saying.
of things,
No, I'm
but
saying-
they're not getting this.
No, I'm not getting it because what she said is incorrect. My point is, as a police officer or a sheriff, that young man that just got lynched, the first thing they did when they came on the scene, first thing they hollered was suicide. Well, you haven't did no investigation yet. How you gonna say it's a suicide?
I never said it was wrong. I never said what they were doing
That's not my
right.
point. Okay, let's drop it there.
What
That's
I
not my point.
said was
That's not my point.
that's not
That's
how
not
the
my point.
laws work. That's not how the laws work. And I will repeat, you don't know if they looked into it on the back channels. We know they looked into it when they announced they're doing, like with the police officer who choked out George Floyd.
That's different. I'm talking about black men from a
I'm
tree.
using it. If you didn't even hear what I'm saying, what I said, we know they're looking into it when they announced that we're opening a federal investigation. Some other police officers, some other places.
At least you're not
they
hearing me.
announced-
They're not opening up the federal
I hear-
investigation. They're not doing that. That's my
Okay,
point.
you just proved that you're not listening to me. I
am listening to you.
No, you're not, because listen what you just said. I said
But I'm
we
saying-
know
Go ahead,
that
go ahead.
you're not listen. I said we know when they're investigating because they announced that they're opening a federal investigation. That's when we know that they are. But whether or not they look at it on the back end, we don't know.
Again,
And I'm not saying they do or they don't. I'm just saying we
Okay.
don't know if they took a look at it on the back end. We know when they're actively looking at it, when they announce it. That's all I'm saying. And I didn't
Okay,
say
now-
that when the police department and when they come out and say, oh, it was suicide. I didn't say that was right. I I didn't say for that. The fact that they're not doing, they didn't investigate it, and they just came to that conclusion and sweep it under the rug. I didn't say that that's right. That's wrong as two left shoes. But that has something to do with how the laws is set up in the country. Those types of things we got to work on the local level. And if the feds jump in and overstep, the feds will jump in and start overstepping a lot of things that we don't want. That's why we have to do something about that on the local level. I pay attention to all the local level things that's going on in my area and with my judges and different things that they get, and the people come out and they vote that crap down. That is how we deal with that on the local level. You don't want the feds coming in and what we might do on some things, but that's not the setup. And we have to do that on the local level, because I don't think that black people are actually really serious about these things, because they don't understand how it works, and they don't fight on the local level. A lot of us is not serious because we don't understand. We don't understand. Got to understand how it works in order to be serious.
So I'm saying
in order
to make
to
it
fight
work.
it.
Okay, so I'm saying to make it work. That's why I said that needs to be redone on how we do that. That's what I said. I said that. I said it needs to be done on how we do that. Okay. No.
Local level.
My point is this. I said it needs to be redone because we're giving people on the local level too much power to kind of back out and say this was a suicide instead of saying no.
Maybe.
But hold on.
Maybe I agree.
Okay.
Maybe.
So I'm saying that's why I said if you listen to what I said, I know I stuttered. I said it needs to be redone. The anti-lynching bill needs to be redone. It needs to be restructured on how we look at, particularly when it comes to a black folk hanging from trees. That needs to be redone. It needs to be relooked at. I said that that's my whole premise. It needs to be redone.
I agree.
Because
we can both agree on that. And let me bring up something before you do. Reparations. Tyrone talked about this at the top of the show. I agree with him 100% because I said this years ago on this platform, and I was ignored, and some people said some things like I was sounding silly. The only way we're going to give reparations, and Tyrone said it at the top of the show, and I said this years ago, we're going to have to buy it. We're going to have to buy it. We're going to have to buy that. And how are we going to do that if we're really, really serious? We're going to have to get some PACs, some money PACs, and we're going to have to buy politicians so they can stop with it. It needs to be studied. So they can start with let's try to put together something and let's do a vote on this here thing. If we're really serious,
I agree with that.
we're gonna have to buy reparations.
Well,
we're gonna have to buy that. But we're not serious. So we're not serious
I agree with that.
because we want the government. We want people to do what's right, and they're not. How do we Israel? Allow me to finish. How they're able to just run roughshod over everybody? They're super PACs. How do we think that Big Pharma is able to conduct themselves the way they do? They're super PACs. And I can keep going to the LGBTQ community. They started up think tanks and super PACs, and they were able to buy and make it happen. We got to do that. And I said this so long ago, and people don't want to listen. We got to buy it. We have to buy it.
Okay, look, Elisa, what you said, what Tyrone said, I agree with him. On that note, you're preaching to the choir. I get that. I don't know. I get that. I'm not even arguing that.
So some of the things that we saying that they're not giving to us, they're not going to do to us, we got to make it happen. And we have to go the route that everybody else does. They buy it. We have to do that. If we're serious.
You know what? I saw something just the other night, and it made me sick. I remember when they used to have the Black National Convention. Remember they used to have those? They still have those?
Yeah, I remember. You talking about? It was Cornel. You talking about Cornel West and
No. They used to have them. Every time during the elections, they would have it. It was called the Democratic Black National Convention, and they always come out. No, that wasn't Cornel West. It had nothing to do with Cornel West. Had nothing to do with Cornel West.
Wasn't just Cornel West was a part of it. I can't think of the guy. He used to do the PBS show. The black dude.
Tony Brown. Tony Brown.
No. The younger black dude. He used to do PBS show. He was great friends with Prince. Why can't I think of his name? And he wrote the Covenant.
Right, but I say that
he was involved with that.
Yeah, but I said this to say that.
That's what they were talking about, building packs and different things like that.
Right.
But once Obama got elected,
Tavis Smiley
kind of went out.
Tavis Smiley?
No.
Yes.
This was older. I saw one. They did one. I think back in the 70s. It was Jesse Jackson. It was all of them up there, and it's called the Democratic Black National Convention. I think that's what it was called at that time. And I said, do they still? Now I was thinking about that. I said, do they still have that? And I said, I don't think they still have that. So, and I said, maybe that's something we should bring back. That people should bring back. That maybe that's something we should do, because that's what they were looking and said, well, this is what they're talking about, what they want. And so I thought that was interesting, because I forgot about that. I said, I forgot about that they used to have that. I forgot about it.
But Tavis and them tried to get something else going back when Obama was running in the early 2010s. And it was the Covenant for, I have the book, because he wrote 2 books. I had the first book. And they were trying to get black people, black scholars, like this, a whole bunch of other people stuff, to create a competent agenda, getting some PACs together, and doing like everybody else do, buying what we want. And all of that, our community, I was with that, and I'm still with that. But our community let it go by the wayside when Obama was elected. That was the wrong thing to do. And I get why a lot of people, because Tavis and Cornell and when they were coming out bashing Obama, and black people wanted them to stop. Let's get the man in office and let's see if we get something going. And we kind of just let it ride his first term. And then when we start to raise up our head in the second term, it was kind of too late. But nonetheless, we need to get back with that. Like how when people say that the Asian community, that they don't vote, that is the biggest lie ever told. Because they do it, it's like a community, businesses and the people, they all come together, they pool their money. Guess what they do? They buy elected officials on the local level. And I don't mean illegally, but you know what I mean with donations and different things, legal tax bribes, legal campaign bribes. And they get these people, and these people, they give them what they want, like on the local levels and stuff like that. We should have been doing that, but we sit back and we tell lies that the Asian community, they don't vote, and they manage it. Yes, they're not political, they don't get involved. Yes, they do. Them businesses get together and pool their money, and they pick a candidate who looks worthwhile that's going to win, and they donate heavy to their campaigns. Because I see it going on around me. I go into the Asian cleaners and the different things like that, and I see the politicians' pictures, who they have hanging up in there. I said, oh, yeah, because like my current county executive, I saw her picture hanging up in some of the Asian businesses. Yes, they pooled that money together. They gave her, they donated to their campaign, and they got what they wanted for their businesses and things like that on the local level. We need to be doing that on the local level and on the federal and on the national level. We need to be doing all of that if we're serious. Because trying to get people to come along and we shall overcome and showing pity and with emotions, that don't work. That does not work. That being over. We need to get serious about it like everybody else.
And like I was saying, when I saw that, I was going through my little YouTube thing. I was going, all of a sudden, it was Instagram. And it popped up. Said, oh yeah, and because they introduced Jesse Jackson. Now, this was a young Jesse Jackson. He was young. And they introduced him. They said, our next speaker is Mr. Jesse. They said he's a young man from Mississippi by way of Chicago. And I'm like, oh yeah, it's Jesse. And they said he's still up now. He's going, and I said, we don't do that no more. What happened with that? But hey.
Yeah, but Lisa, there's one small problem that separates our community from the Asian community and from the Jewish community. They have extremely focused and limited agendas to their past. Israel is united around the survival of Israel, basically. Their pact literally, is all about the survival of Israel, and everything else just falls to the wayside on the local level. And with the Asians, it's to put in place business laws that benefit their businesses. So they are very, very good business people. But when you talk about a black agenda, it gets a little muddy here and muddled here because everybody wants something different. And so,
I agree.
It boils down to you have to distill down to a small set of limited objectives because we don't have the numbers voting wise. So,
I agree with you on that.
the smaller the set of limited objectives that are achievable. Now, that's the key part too, that are achievable, because you have to initially get some wins before you start reaching for big things. Then we can say that we're on our way, but how we get to that limited set of objectives when we're talking about a diverse people spread out all over the country that are in a diverse economic situations, that's going to be the hurdle. That's the reality of it.
You just read my mind because I was going to ask Yahshua. I was going to ask Yahshua. I said, Yahshua, what do you think would be key or a few pieces, 4 or 5 things that could get Cornel West on that level that he needs to be where his vote actually counts? Or, I know we're too late in it now, but what could have been done prior, or what you think that would have had the numbers right now in this time where he would have been in that arena competing against Donald Trump and Kamala Harris?
Well, I think the problem with him was the fact that, not the problem, but the issue was that he's too holistic, meaning that he tells them about Israel and he tells them that they're wrong. And that was, I think, when he says those things, I think, well, you're going to have an uphill battle. Okay, that's number one. So he's not a politician. That's one of the issues. That's number two. He's not a politician, period. So he's going to come right at you. He's going to say some truth, and he's going to just leave it the way it is. So that's his point. Again.
No, what could he have done? That's what I'm saying. What could he have done now?
He couldn't have done much. He couldn't have done much more than that because, again, he's not in the inner circle of politicians. He's not in that inner circle. That's why I say he's kind of holistic in a sense. When it comes, he's my brother, my brother's keeper, spiritual and all that. But Cornel, this is politics, bro. They don't care about that stuff. Okay.
He's like he's sort of a dreamer. He's a sort of a dreamer. Is that what you mean?
So
sort of like a dreamer, and there's nothing wrong with doing that.
Yeah, huh? You say
he's not about concepts though. He has some things that basically might most of America, not most of America, but white America, a portion of America is not going to agree upon those things that he agrees on.
Well,
or
again,
his views.
He likes the idea of reparations. He likes the idea of a police reform. He wants to defund Israel. He wants to. So did the other guy want to.
But isn't Donald Trump similar to that?
No, as far as I know,
in different ways.
Yeah, he said it that way, but he does what they say. In case you know what I'm saying. But Cornel, he's very adamant about when they ask him about Israel. He says Israel is committing genocide. He tells us.
So that strips a portion of the Jewish community or those that support Israel, right?
Those who support Israel, right? Those who support Israel, they're anti-West.
All right. So now let's speak specifically on the black community, right? And again, it's not all. Everybody doesn't think the same. So, but why you think what would get him? Why did the black community not come out overwhelmingly for him versus
Because
now that they voted for Kamala.
number one, he didn't have the money to help the media concentrate on him, and it's not going to do that. Ross Perot, I remember Ross Perot, he had money behind him, so he was able to do that with a third party because he had money behind him. So the
Well, Miss Lady was trying to tell you why Cornel West don't have no money. You ain't listening.
No. He don't have money because of that. That's a personal issue. Is what I'm saying. He doesn't have donors to give him money. He doesn't have those donors. Ross Perot has donors.
Why does he? Well, then here we go. Why doesn't he have those donors?
I don't know because
clearly he don't know how to shop at Walmart.
Huh?
He don't know how to budget his money.
Well, I don't know about that, but he don't have the donors, and people just not gonna buy what he's saying. Again, he comes off like I said, Jay. He has this, this brother, my brother, my precious
Dreamer.
brother. Like what?
Well, let me say this right here. Listen, I've been quiet, but let me say this right here. Since Joshua has been talking about Cornel West and it's been brought up in the situation, and then there's been this conversation about black men's support for the Democrats, and I was just thinking that maybe he's pulling enough people like Joshua to cause concern, and if that's the case, then he's a plant. He's clearly a plant because he's having an effect with these black men to where they're saying that they're not going to vote for the Democrats or they're going to vote third party or whatever, which would cause the Democratic Party to be in jeopardy whenever it comes to election time. So he can you not do that this time?
Sorry, go ahead.
Thank you.
Go ahead,
Well, thank you. Yeah, so he's causing a problem. And I think that he's a plant because, if he's specifically targeting this group and that is the group that the Democrats is having an issue with, then something is going on there.
Well, Tyrone, he's not targeting black men. He wanted to target black people as a whole. But I knew from the start when he announced that he was running, I said, oh shit. I said, Cornel, bro, you're not going to make it, bro. You might well just, but he kept going and he's still in it, so him and the sister.
He's in it because he's getting paid. I mean, come on, let's be realistic.
Right, that's another thing. Why the GOP don't just put all the money behind him if they want him fully there? Like, if they really genuinely want him to win, right?
Because
putting money
Carmelo,
as a go ahead.
But Jay, because Carmelo was the pick from the start. Now, is she a plant? Okay? No, she's not a plant, I don't think so. But my point is that she was picked from the start. You see? So, she's there. She was district attorney at one time in California. So she knows law. She probably knows international law as well. So they was like, oh, she's a perfect target.
So what would he have again? What would he have done? The four things that you say he could have done.
No.
What was against him? What he could have done to get there.
Jay, there's not much he could have done. There's not much he could have done because he wouldn't stand a chance. Period. You see, as great as Jesse Jackson was when he ran for president, Jesse didn't stand a chance. You see. Obama was the guy they picked from the beginning. He was into politics. He understood politics. He came from a different way of thinking, so he was ideal for them to run for president. You see, I mean, that's how I look at it.
I said you said key.
Jackson
He understood politics.
Jackson actually did better than a lot of third-party candidates and things like that when he ran. He actually did better. And the black woman, Shirley Chisholm, Congresswoman, she actually did better than, I forget how many delegates she was able to get. So they did, both of them did make an impact. Ross Perot did the best as a third-party candidate. Jill Stein's just a spoiler at this point. I used to look at the Green Party and see what they've been doing, but they're not serious. They haven't done anything. They haven't built anything. But Cornel West, this is my thing. Cornel, okay, it's that anybody should be able to run for president, and they do, and be able to put their things out there. But if you're looking out and you take your people as a whole, as a collective, and you see they might be headed into, like Martin Luther King said, into a burning house, and you know your thing ain't going nowhere. It's not going anywhere.
Right.
You do not allow yourself to be a party to that burning house.
Exactly.
That's what he's doing. You do what you need to do. I put myself out there. I want to get my views, and maybe some other candidates who got a better chance than I do might take up some of my talking points if they see people are leaning towards me in the primaries. It's the primary now. And they might everybody out there doing it, you know, this is what I got. They might take some of my talking points. And guess what? Some of his talking points were picked up. But if you know, okay, we're running down. I ain't got no money. The campaign is in debt. There's this burning building. So, okay, now it's time for my people. Supposedly people saying I got their best interest. For my people, let me pull this campaign down, get my name off this ballot, so I will not be a spoiler that helps to lead my people into a burning building.
Exactly.
That's what you do when you have your people's best interest at heart. That's not what Cornel is doing right now.
Yeah, and to Miss Elisa, to list an example, I got the polls up, right? And you can see when RFK was in the race. Was supposed to be a Democrat, but we all know that he was trying to pull off votes from the Democrat for Donald Trump. But to her point, at some point in time, he's seen that he was hurting the Trump campaign. So whenever he seen that he was hurting the Trump campaign by being in the race, he dropped out of the race to help his goddamn people. And what Elisa is saying, Cornel West is intentionally staying in the race because he knows it's going to harm his goddamn people if Donald Trump win. And that's why I call bullshit. So that's exactly right, Miss Elisa, because Kennedy dropped out. Kennedy dropped out so white people can coalesce behind this orange idiot. And Cornel West is there pulling black votes away from the Democrat Party. That's exactly what's going on.
Well, again, you still got 2 weeks and a half. Cornel might pull out the last week.
It's too late.
He ain't pulling out, Joshua. He done came too this far. He ain't got no intentions on pulling out.
But see, that's just it. It's too late. Voting has started. It's too late for him to do anything now. But ride it on out. Too late. It's too late. He cannot pull out.
What? He can't pull out?
No, the ballot's already out. People are already voting. He's on them. It's too late. He could say whatever he wants to say, but it doesn't matter. Voting has started. His name is on some of the ballots. It's too late. It's too late.
I think you guys overlooked.
Yeah, he's a plant. He's a goddamn plant.
Hey,
he's
listen,
a GOP plant.
Let me give you. I'm
fucking
sorry.
sell
Let me
out.
bring you an update. Let me bring you a right now breaking news. I just filled out my ballot. He is not on there. He is not on there. Okay.
He's not on all the states.
He's
He's
not.
on some of the states.
Okay.
That not all of them.
Well, let's take J New York News. Let's take J New York News.
And I'm telling you real time information. This is just for the record. I just filled out my ballot. I'm sending it tomorrow.
Okay, so let's take J New York. Wait a minute, J New York. Let's take J New York News, and now we're gonna ask Joshua who you voting for.
Who I vote for? I vote for West.
West is not on the ballot though.
Yes, he is. On some states. On some states.
In certain states, he's not.
Well, okay. Well, let's assume that he's not on your ballot, Joshua. Who would you vote for?
Tyrone, I can't tell you, bro. I'm not telling you that.
Oh, you voting for Trump?
Yeah.
No.
I'd like to make a slight correction to what you guys were saying.
No. To be honest with Tyrone, if that was to happen, of course I vote for Harris.
Okay.
Why wouldn't I?
Okay.
I mean, my brain would be like, okay, just go with Harris, see what happens. You know.
Yeah, I wanted to make a slight correction to what you were saying when you talk about alternate candidates. Jesse Jackson ran as a Democrat. He didn't run as a third party,
Right.
and neither did Shirley Chisholm. But having said that,
that's true.
What Jesse Jackson did do though was to force the Democrats to acknowledge black people as important to the vote. Because prior to Jesse Jackson, the idea. Well, put it this way, he gave data. Jesse Jackson gave data, real true data, that there are black voters and they can influence the vote, and he forced that conversation.
Obama, right?
Right, and so did Al Sharpton. When Al Sharpton ran, he was able to force discussion. Yeah, discussion of a black agenda, and to bring light to a black constituency. Now, I say this because that was far more important than Cornel West running as a third party, because Cornel West is not opening up conversation, amongst other voters. He's maybe engaging conversation amongst black people, but we are the minority in terms of a voting bloc within the Democratic Party. He's not forcing other people to acknowledge that. They can ignore him. They have the ability to ignore him and treat him like an annoyance rather than a serious candidate. Now, if he was to say, okay, well, I'm not gonna make this, but what I'm going to do is I'm going to caucus with the Democrats, then it would change the conversation. But he's not going to do that. So there it is. Same thing. Look at Bernie. When Bernie was running,
Bernie Sanders,
in the Democratic primary, and Bernie had a whole lot of supporters, that diehard supporters that were with him. But when it became clear that he was not going to be the nominee, he said, "Hey, look, guys, we got to throw our hats in with the person who's going to lead this party." Now, Bernie's an independent, all right? So he could have split off and ran third party if he wanted to, but he didn't. He knew that the best chance to get his agenda and to become part of the conversation was to align with the Democrats. So that's why he's still in power now. So you got to look at, the best way to exercise what little power you have, if you have any at all.
Okay, let me tell you the states that West is on. Very important states. I just had it: Virginia, Michigan, Wisconsin, North Carolina, and Georgia. And you said he's on California. Well, I'm sorry, where are you at, Yeshua? You don't have to say the state. Are you in one of the Maryland?
Yeah.
You're in
What do you mean
Maryland?
Maryland? Delaware.
Oh, Delaware.
Yeah, because he's not
Delaware's his own
he's
state.
not on the Maryland ballot. So he is on some important states, but
Is he
he's
in
not
Delaware?
on all the rest. I don't see. Wait a minute.
He's probably not in Delaware.
Arizona,
Delaware or Pennsylvania?
Pennsylvania.
He is?
Let me see. Let me make sure. I don't want to put it out there.
Okay.
I want to get it right. Virginia. Wait a minute. Hold on. Virginia, Michigan, Wisconsin, North Carolina, Georgia.
New York
this
is not on
particular-
there either.
No, he's not on Maryland.
Right.
Let me see
So
what
my
other
eyes
states. But I
was
know
not
he's
lying to me. My eyes were not. I seen Harris, Democrat, Donald Trump, and then I seen blank spaces. That was it.
Okay, he's not on the Pennsylvania ballot either because their state Supreme Court said it was something they didn't allow him on it. So let me see. Michigan. I don't know why they just won't give a complete list. Third party candidates. Okay, it's gonna take me too long to search a complete list. But the ones that I named, he's
But
on
he
there.
ain't
He's
on
trying to stay
Delaware.
on. But he was trying to stay on the Arizona, but their Supreme Court was like no, and he's not on my state ballot, so that I know. But he's on the ballot.
Well,
it's some
if
states
he's not
that
on Maryland,
counts.
if he's not on Maryland, he might not be on Delaware. Period.
He's not on Maryland, but I ain't seen
Right,
him on
but
there. I'd have to look.
Right. So I'm saying
I'd have to look again, but
if he's
no.
not on Maryland, he might not be on the Delaware either.
Let me check it because they won't give a complete list. Let me see. Let me check this because I don't know.
All right, well, Joshua voting for Kamala then. That's what it seemed like. There we go. We got another vote.
I'm looking it up right now. It's Cornell.
No, I'm not.
Yeah, we
That's
got
why I
another vote
said
for
this is
Kamala.
good that you looking. This is good that you bringing this information up for other people in other states, but to also verify that you don't even have a choice, even if you want to, right? You can write him in maybe, but the whole point is that he's not even listed on that ballot. So people that's not knowledgeable like yourself, that know about Cornel West, they're not even gonna know that he's on the ballot because he's not, and to a certain degree, unless he's in one of those states that.
But Jay, you know what? Hey, Jay, but I figured that when he was running, and I was with some other guys, and he said, well, you know, in certain states, he's not going to be on the ballot. Other dude looked at me and started laughing. He said, yeah, I know. He won't even be on the ballot. Because Delaware is a Democratic state. They wouldn't even let me vote during the local election because I was registered as a
independent.
Independent. Yeah. They told me, they said, well, sir, you can't vote. You're independent. I said, I can't vote in the local elections. The guy said, no. I said,
nope.
I said, this is a lawsuit. They looked at me like I was crazy. Looking like I was crazy.
They won't, because Maryland is the same way. You can't vote because I was always registered as a Democrat. Then I switched to independent. And then when the local elections when the local elections came up, and I showed up, it was like, no. And I oh my goodness, that's right. I changed to independent. So I changed back to Democrat because I wanted to vote in the primaries. And mainly the Democratic primary. But Maryland will not allow you to vote in the primaries if you are an independent. They won't allow it.
Yeah. But let me say, don't you think that's unconstitutional? They shouldn't force us to be on a party that we're not.
I agree. We should be able to.
No, it's not unconstitutional.
It's not unconstitutional, but I agree. We should be able, maybe not to vote on both.
Right.
But no. I mean, there's some benefits that come with choosing a party, and that's one of them.
It does.
Yeah.
So that's just what it is. I was upset.
Right. That's what I told him. That's what I told him. I said this is unconstitutional, and I will go get a lawyer. And they looked at me. They were like, go ahead.
Go ahead. Yeah, you can't. And they turned my little independent ass on around out the door. So I was like, oh, I won't make this mistake anymore. So I switched back to Democrats so I could vote. Because I was always more interested in what's going on with the Democrats on the local level. So I switched back to the Democratic Party so I could go ahead and vote in the primary. You could vote in the national, but not in the primary. So,
not in primary, right.
So I was pissed at that, but that's just the way it is. And I get it. I think it's wrong, but I get why it's not, because some people might show up to vote for the Republican and the Democratic primary. So right. I get that's why you're here. I get that.
You know what got me? I was talking with this lady that's running for mayor. This is black woman. She's running for mayor. So we was talking. I was telling her what I wanted, and she said, "What party?" She said, I said something about independent. So you know you can't vote if you're independent. I was like, and when I said that, she walked away from me. I was like, what? It was funny.
She ain't wasting no time on you. She ain't wasting no time on you.
I was like,
she should have, but she should have, because you still have the main election, and she might beat you. So she still should have.
Yeah. So that was funny. They just walked away from me and said, all right, let's go.
She wasting time on you. And I was embarrassed.
Well, Tyrone,
people was embarrassed. People looking at me. I was like, let me hurry and get up out of here. They said, I can't vote.
Yeah, I was gonna say, Tyrone, if you want to establish a GoFundMe so that we can donate money to Kamala Harris in Yashua's name, I put $5 on it.
Yeah, right. Yeah,
oh, Kamala Harris getting that vote right there. That's a done deal.
Yeah, right.
Yeah, definitely. I think that we should all chip in so that Yashua can contribute to a campaign, and he forever get campaign literature Yeah, I got
I got
five.
5
You know,
on it. I
he
got 5
campaign
on it.
literature for the rest of his life from
Well,
Kamala's team. You know,
well,
so
he already told us if West ain't on the ballot, he gonna vote for Harris. So he ain't on the ballot. So we gotta vote.
yeah, there you go. Yeah. So
Yeah,
set
look.
up the GoFundMe. I sure I'll put 5 on it for sure. You gonna donate to Kamala? He said $5, I think, or $3 or something like that.
And,
The one I
you
Yeah,
know
I
asked.
put something on it.
that information Alicia shared showed you that West is grifting. If he's not on the ballot in all 50 states, what the fuck is the point? Like what's the point? There's no chance that he
Well,
can
Well,
but
he
win.
would get my vote if he cut his hair. If he cut his hair and get a decent haircut, I'll damn sure vote for him. But he ain't gonna
hey,
do
but
it.
you know
So
what though?
I guess I
He
have to vote
probably
for
thought.
Peter.
But you know what? He probably thought.
You don't like
He
that
probably
wild Afro? Come
thought
on,
that.
man.
But you know what? He probably thought that he can cause some conversations about things that concern us. He probably thought he could. But the media
Okay,
was not
well,
giving.
that
They was not giving
conversation, he need to have some other time. This country is on the verge of
He gotta
becoming a
get in the
damn
door.
autocracy. We getting ready to have Hitler in charge. That
Yeah, we gotta get
conversation.
in
We
the
need to
door.
save this country first.
Yeah, but
Well, he
he
had
probably
delusions
thought
of
that
grandeur.
it
Yeah.
didn't fan
He had
out.
delusions of grandeur, Yasin.
It didn't fan out the way he wanted it to fan out, and that's what happened. Yeah.
It was never
Well, I'm
going to
just
fan
saying, a
out
lot of
that
these
way.
guys, a lot of these guys have delusions of grandeur. They think that their height is a lot larger than it really is. And I mean, Cornel West is my generation. He does not appeal to the younger generation, bro. And I'm sad to say, but he doesn't. He really doesn't speak to them or speak for them. That's my generation he's talking to.
He said, my precious brother Joe. I'm like, this brother boy with this precious, my precious sister. Like, I said, oh boy, this dude. Ugh.
I mean, he could say all that, but again, he needs them numbers, and that's what I said. Like, what could he have done better to bring the numbers? And you saying that he couldn't have done nothing, then it was just a whole waste of time.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, he got the gift of
No,
gab.
waste
Now,
of
I sit
vote.
down and listen to Cornel West a lot. I used to,
And he
so
sounds good.
He can speak.
He sounds great. He
He
sounds
could
great.
have been a
'cause I heard him.
representative in the government talking, being a spokesman or something where they would have given him a position if he gets behind Harris. She could put him she's not going to put him anywhere. She's going to put him in a place where he can do some justice. And I think that's where I think his energy should be put into, instead of, like throwing it to the left where he knows, like, yeah, I'm doing this, but I know I really ain't going to win. It's like I'm just trying to prove a point, but the point ain't really going to do nothing more than just, I ran and, I stood to the end, but I didn't win. I didn't get a debate. I didn't get the people behind me. I didn't get the money that I needed. I mean, I don't see, I would just sit back and put my power or whatever power I have to something, add on to something instead of trying to,
I agree. But he could be a spoiler over in North Carolina. That's what he could be. And that's
But
a
you know what,
problem.
though?
And I have a problem with that.
You know what? But you know it's something that if he had got some pull and some, they're gonna tell him, bro, you gotta wear a real tie and a real shirt, Cornell. Okay, you can't wear that thing you've been wearing around your neck with that scarf sometimes. But they be like, bro, you gotta change that, Mr. West. You can't walk around like that. Okay.
I don't care how he looks. I don't care what he look like or what he
But
got
that tie,
on.
every time I see that tie and that little shirt that looks like it's dirty, I feel like, bro, hey, Cornell, bro, I mean, you need to go to the store and get some dress shirts, bro. He got that one shirt with that little tie around.
But he can't afford it. He's in debt. You said it earlier. Shit.
But you know what?
We can't knock him.
If we lived in a better world, because I heard Cornel West was on, I think it's not the Midas, the something other report, the minority report. Anyway, majority report, whatever. Anyway, they had him on and he was talking, and I was like, that sounds so good. This was a couple of months back. It sounds so good what Cornel was saying, And everything is like my brother. I was like, I see why people like him. I liked him. And if we lived in a better world, I would love for him to be governing with the things that he says and the future that he wants to see for mankind. That's what he's talking about. I would mind him governing if he wasn't in debt and had personal family issues, because he can still be compromised. That's the only thing that will hold me back from him. He can be compromised because his stuff is raggedy. His stuff is raggedy, and I got to take that under consideration. I mean, some ex-wife come and sock it to him and tear up his bank account. He might do something to get that money. So, and because he's a human, that's why I couldn't consider him. If all his stuff was in order, yeah, I wouldn't mind him governing because he says all the right things if he needs it. But Cornel Messers, his stuff is raggedy, and I cannot take a chance on that. That's just me, because I got young people in my family I got to think about, and I want us to have more elections to come. Because Trump done said it, and people try to say, well, he meant this, he meant that. You vote for me, come on, vote for me, and then you won't have to vote anymore. What the hell does that mean? What does that mean? And I can't take a chance on that we might not be able to vote anymore, because you got to take into consideration what SCOTUS has done. They changed the game for the President of the United States. And this is the thing that makes me upset with Biden. They changed the game. Biden is the current president. Use them powers they gave you and do something.
Finish it. Finish the job.
Well, I mean, President Biden could have that joker arrested. Listen, let me tell y'all something. We live in a United States of America. There's only supposed to be one president at a damn time. The entire time Donald Trump has been out of office, he's been interfering with government affairs. That is fucking illegal. He's been telling Congress what to do. He's been making laws. He's been passing legislation. We're not supposed to have two fucking heads of goddamn government. So Joe Biden can lock this motherfucker up. But that's Tyrone just talking.
And he's not supposed to be dealing with Putin. He's not supposed to be dealing with Putin or Benjamin Netanyahu. That is against the law. And they allow him to do it. And now that SCOTUS gave the president more powers, Biden could wrangle him all the way up. But it's like, what you trying to do? Still play kumbaya with this man? This man is not. It ain't on no kumbaya. You are.
They scared of Trump base. They scared of Trump base acting the fool. I say let them act the fool. I want them to fucking hold them to account and let them do whatever the fuck they need to do. I want them to damn act the fool.
Cornel West, they said his net income is $500,000.
He might be making that. I don't know. What does he work at? Like what does he got? Books or something?
Books. He's a professor.
And plus, is he retired? I thought he retired.
I don't know what he's doing. He might be retired by now.
I think they forced him out, but they gave him his retirement. They forced him out, but they gave him his retirement.
Oh, he was a teacher, right? He was at one of them schools.
A professor.
Okay, so he may be making that.
But if they force him out, if he's retired, he still probably has really good retirement pension and stuff like that. Then he does have some books, but that means nothing if you in debt and you got 5 wives in on you with 9.
Yeah, and again, I mean, like for me, those women that he was married to, it's obvious that the relationship went south. Because he wasn't married to him very long. That's what I'm reading. He wasn't married to him very long, so maybe he just said, "Hey, it's not gonna work. Let's get divorced." Boom. And it don't seem like they hate him. It was just that something didn't work out. I mean, it seemed like a guy like that, he might be kind of hard to work with because of his. He is kind of like he's out there. He's really out there. So it's like
but he could get himself a woman that's out there too, just on the same level, There's women that will fit his thing, but again, I think that maybe I'll say, 1 or 2 you make a mistake. The third one is like, damn, I'm gonna make sure that I don't get caught up with what I just did the first or second, whether it's my fault, her fault, our fault. Let's look at the faults. I don't want to make the same mistake the third time. But then you go the third, and then the fourth and the fifth. I mean, you know, I mean, to each his own. But damn, like, you got to get it right at some point.
He has 2 children.
And Jay,
He has 2 children.
And Jay, don't forget the women in between, because there was a lot of
affairs.
allegations.
You said affairs.
Yeah, and all kind of stuff all up in that. He got a woman. He got a women problem.
You know, and listen, I think that, look, you could be whoever you want to be. The thing is that I think that what we expect and what white America expected or played, that they want somebody that's prim and proper, that has a clean slate from top to bottom, knows how to speak, doesn't have all this crazy stuff going on, follows rules and regulations, is respectful, and does his job. And I think that Donald Trump doesn't do that. And then if a Cornel West, again, with his credentials and everything as far as knowledge, also people look into that. It's like, damn, you got financial issues, you done married 5 times. Like, yeah, that's your business, but now you're going to be the president of the United States. Are you going to make decisions like that the way you had bad decisions with getting married and divorce? And that's gonna spill over to the presidency and decisions you make. You know, that's why character means something. You know, it's you could be one way outside and another, but there's a connection with how your personality is to what your job is. You know.
But that to me, it doesn't mean he has bad character. He's probably a bad choice.
No. Hold on. Okay. Well, So let's play with that. Look, I'll say. How about let's clean it up. Hold on. Bad decision making. We can't jump around that. It says, damn, I made bad decisions, even if it was him or her. If he picked the wrong one and she was the one that was the one at fault, and she was the one that was the bad one, he still made that decision to be with her. So he made a bad decision. So what I'm saying again, he made bad decisions. That's all.
That does mean he got bad character. I mean, going through that many ladies, his morals is fucked up. His mentality, his family values is fucked up. Okay, I'm just trying to tell you that is a sign of character, right?
Damn, I was just trying to be clean about this shit.
What I'm saying is that at least he was married. I mean, at least he was married.
And let's don't ignore the cheating allegations and the other women.
That's bad decisions. That's bad decisions. If it happened.
Hold on, just take the first wife. Just take the first wife. You obligated to spend the rest of your life with that person. You made a promise with her and God. So you clearly broke that goddamn. Your morals is fucked up. You either did something, you didn't wash your drawers. I don't know why you got a divorce, but something is wrong. Something caused you to get a divorce or something.
No, but check this out. Let me ask you a question. Is Dr. King? Does Dr. King got bad morals?
Do what now,
baby? Yeah.
Do what now?
Yeah. Yes, he did. But he wasn't trying to govern over nobody. He was just trying to fight the power and get some policies to help his people.
Right.
He wasn't trying to govern.
It wasn't about.
Oh, you said Dr. King?
He wasn't fighting for relationships.
Yeah.
Well, see, let's take that, because Dr. King, we didn't find out about his infidelity until way after he was dead, right?
Later.
So he knew character was important because he keep it hidden. He kept it. We didn't find out. We didn't find out about his flaws except for through the FBI. So character is definitely important.
Because they were spying on him. But again, he wasn't trying to govern over anybody.
Right.
He was
He wasn't a government official or president. He wasn't trying to be president at that. Yeah.
Well, he wasn't trying to do that.
And let me add that Kanye West is no Martin Luther King, nowhere near it. Cornel West.
Well, I think about no Kanye West, but my point is that. My point is that. Yeah, I mean, but like I said, for me again, like I said, I'm looking at what he says, not who he sleep with or who he married. That's just me. I can care less who he married. But I'm shocked that those women like him. Seriously, I'm like, damn.
Yeah, but they liked him for a certain amount of time, and then they decided not to like him, or he didn't like them. So that's what I'm saying. Decision making is important. And again, you get married, divorced, man, get married and divorced 100 times. That's on you, and just I mean, that's your business.
Do your
but
thing.
when you're going to
Do
the
your
president.
thing.
When you being the
You're
president,
trying to govern.
Look, white America try to put this pedestal. They the ones now the shit backfired on them, and they got a piece of shit that we have as an orange man trying to run it. All that is out the window. But that doesn't mean that we have to lose our moral standpoint and say no. You guys, because you put this shit out, y'all wanted to have a president in the very beginning. Y'all say, oh well, he got to be like this. Now we're producing that, and y'all producing this bullshit. And now y'all want to change the rules. No, but we still going to hold the presidency to high standards. No, we're not going to accept this piece of shit to be talking. How do we tell the children? We talk about people in the community, how they acting, but people also look to the presidency and government as authority, right? So how do you tell the children, well, look, the president talks like that, and you want your kids not to talk like that? Well, the president talks like that. How now who you fighting? We talk about the TV. We talk about all this stuff that's negative, but then we got the highest power. Somebody that's supposed to be, again, have a moral standpoint. He's supposed to be respectful and keep this character of, perfection, and yet he's acting like that. If we lose that, then, I mean, we just be disrespectful.
Just give it up.
So, yeah, that's what exactly.
I agree.
So I'm just saying with Cornel West, again, it's not my concern his marital affairs, but he's running for president, right? I gotta understand that his decision making is gonna be clear and not messed up like when he made his decisions with marriage. I'm just saying.
And not,
you know what I'm saying? And with money and money managing.
And not being,
he don't know how to manage his money. He likes
money
spending.
managing. Yep.
You see, that's important because that affects us.
And not being susceptible to compromise. And Bill Clinton, better example. He had some of the worst moral standards than Bill Clinton. What they said before he became president, he would drop it for anything, probably with a shapely behind his thighs. And he did. The black, the white, anybody. He had his moral compass, his standing. It was Bill Clinton. And he became president, but look at the mess that the country had to weather through because of him and some old Monica Lewinsky, the president of the United States, sitting up there lying and what he had going on up under his desk. That was just nasty and crass. But the country had to weather that through because of his moral standing. So I mean, you don't want them kind of old people running things, and Bill Clinton slipped through the crack, but he didn't slip through because the people kind of knew when he was running, them old women he was having affairs and all kind of stuff with. You don't want them kind of people, and who knows? If Bill Clinton stuff was all screwed up, he might have been susceptible to compromise because when Obama was running, when Obama was running against Hillary, Bill sure compromised himself, and his red neck came out. So that shows you he can't be compromised because he owed Hillary for all that foolishness. So he turned real redneck. Some of that stuff he was saying about Obama when he was out there campaigning for Hillary. So it shows that he can be compromised. We just lucky that he did his job, he balanced the budget, and he went on about his business. But he was susceptible to compromise because he turned redneck when his wife was running for president.
Well, I don't always agree with someone that that can be accepted to compromise. I don't always agree with that, Lisa. But again, that's your opinion.
You
I always agree with that.
Well, if you ever get a company or something important to you, don't have nobody running it who is susceptible to compromise because you're going to end up late.
What if a good-looking woman that's a spy comes in and he's the president and seduces him and gets things?
Yeah,
I mean,
he liable to do anything.
Yeah, so he's into women and he likes women and he's here, there, whatever, So his lifestyle is like that. He might divorce his wife and get with a new one and end up, you don't know what is what, too, behind closed doors. Right.
Trump is comparable. He
He
is,
definitely.
and Trump, and he's been compromised.
He should be
He's been
disqualified.
That's why he orange, because he been compromised and rolled over from being compromised.
He turned from pale
That's
to
why he
orange.
orange.
Well, I still don't. I still don't get how he was still able to run with those 34 accounts. That baffled me. I don't know how he's able to still run. You would think that
because of racism. His racism. White people love his racism. That's what it is. Simple as that. They ignore all that nasty trash stuff that Trump got going on. They know he's compromised. They know he's a nasty old trashy man. But he's giving them hope that they can be for their racism, and he's giving them hope that they can still be bully. There will be no more diversity, and that because white folks don't like black folks do not like competition. They don't like competition. So he is giving them hope that we don't have to have competition anymore. We don't have to have diversity. We don't have to have any of that. We can stay and make America great. That's what that's about. Make America great. And all that looks like Jim Crow. And he's giving them the green light that we can still have that. That's why they threw out all of any type of moral compass. Yeah, we don't care. He has 34 felonies. We don't care. He paid a prostitute while he was married to his wife. We don't care. We know he's on the take with and all them people. We don't care. We don't care. It's not about that.
John F. Kennedy has, he had women up in the White House. John F. Kennedy, he had women up in the White House.
Yeah, he did. But the thing is, people kind of knew it. It was alleged, but they didn't really know for sure when it was happening. Now, we all found out a lot about that later.
Back
we
then
all
they
know
had
Trump was
it on
raggedy.
the raps too.
Yeah, we knew Trump was raggedy from jump.
From the beginning.
There's no mystery.
He had an affair with Marilyn Monroe. He had an affair with Marilyn Monroe.
But the people, that was all alleged, and they thought. But when you don't really have receipts and actual proof, he can just deny it. Clinton did the same thing. He denied it, then had to come back and tell the truth. And that's what was going on with John F. Kennedy. But John F. Kennedy died before anybody could, he got assassinated before anybody could make him admit his truth, if they were, because that was a different time, though. So people thought they knew what they knew, but they didn't really have receipts. All the receipts been out on Trump for decades, and people didn't care. They didn't care. And he has really never denied having that affair with that woman. He just denied that he paid her to shut up. People know he's old, nasty, no good man. They know he dumb too, but they don't care. They know he don't understand what he's talking about, but they don't care because he's given them he's given them permission to be as cutthroat and as racist. He's telling them, we're gonna make America great. That's Jim Crow. And we're gonna stay on top. That's Jim Crow. That's what he's given them, and that's what they like, and that's what they want, because they don't want competition. And you know this. White folks don't want competition. They never have. They don't like competition.
They don't want competition.
They buy up everything.
They don't want competition from nobody.
Well,
they don't want it from anybody.
No. Listen, no. I'm saying from us, because we are the children of the slaves. So they really don't want competition from us, because
that's a given.
Yeah, that's
a given.
They despise us being successful. I'm like, it's like they really despise it.
Well, that's a given. They definitely don't want it from us, and they don't want it from anybody else. That's them. They don't want competition. They never have. They want to be able to do it their way. And he's giving them, what is that, Willy Wonka and the Chocolate Factory. He's giving them the golden ticket. And I'm going to do this for you guys. That's what this is. And I just wish more and more people would just tell the truth on this thing. They know, us dummies don't, but the average one, they know what this is. When he started with them dog whistles and stuff like that, they know what this is. They know what this is. And they're like, I don't care. And people can say, well, he's liable to push the country off a cliff. I don't care. Well, you know this. I don't care. And they make up. When you see grown people, this is the thing that is amazing to me. You see adult grown people, white folks, on Fox News. They do not the regular news from the different states and stuff like that, but just those shows that they have on. You see white people, you see elected officials, the governor of Virginia, and like the man who interviewed Kamala on Fox News, Brad, I can't think of his last name. You see grown, educated white people just sit and lie. And they just lie. And it's like, if I was a child and I saw my mother and father just lying with impunity, I would feel some kind of way and look down on them. They just stand up there, just lie. You catch your parents in a lie. But they don't care. So that right there tells you they will do anything to make America great. That's what this is. And even the rest of the news and things like that, because they'll say, oh, they were talking about the governor of Virginia. He was on somebody's show just lying the other day. And the show that I was watching, they're progressive, but they were white. And he said that they're trying to gaslight. No, you're taking up for them. They're not. He wasn't trying to gaslight anyone. He was lying. Call it what it is. And even the progressives and the ones that know it's bad, they still give it cover by saying it's gaslighting. He wasn't gaslighting. He was lying. That's what this thing is. That's why Trump is popular. That's why he's trying to take back hold of the White House, because they don't care. That's what this is about. And more people, and us black folks, need to start really just saying what it is. They know that man is dumb.
It's like sports, man. It's like sports. You know that most of the people that's fixing sports, right? Who's the ones involved in fixing sports? You don't got to answer that, right? And we know that in sports, whether it be boxing or baseball, I mean, there's been evidence over the years where there's been people caught for fixing games. And so when you do that, basically it's at all costs, I want to win. You know, and so you're willing to do illegal stuff. I remember there was a basketball, I think it was basketball, right, where they found not the basketball player. It was one of the refs. He was calling shots on the guys. He was, calling, what they call it. That was a foul ball. That was this, what they call that guy, right? He's not a referee or whatever. One of those guys in the black and white shit. So that's my point, is that they paid him. Right? They paid him to do that. And what I'm saying is that in general, a lot of these people function like that. And at all costs, we're going to rig it. We're going to pay whatever we got to do to win at all costs.
To win. And that's what they're doing.
When we know our man can't win legally or legitimately, we're going to do everything that we can,
we will lie,
to win.
Cheat, and lie, cheat,
we'll
and
pay,
steal.
We'll pay people... And they'll pay everybody. They'll pay from the player to a referee to a judge. We were talking about the Grammys. The Grammys and all that, that's rigged too. They pay. They pay to get those awards. Why you wonder, say, damn, why such and such didn't win the award? Because they were good. That album was good. Guess what? The other person paid. The companies pay at all costs. Oh, that album that won, they should have not won that award. That shit was trash, or that movie was trash. They pay at all costs to win.
And like these players, they get caught up with sports gambling in basketball. There has been players throughout the years that's caught into gambling on games, and they're not supposed to do that. And they were found out that they were throwing games. So people do anything to get what they want at any cost, and that's what they're doing. And you just sit here and look at these white people just lie. Adult white people with little children, grown children, everybody, children with parents, and they just lie. They just sit there and lie. I would be devastated. And we still trying to hold on to a moral compass But I would have been devastated to see my mother and father up on TV just lying. And I know they lying. That would devastate me. It really would. Now, I'm not saying they probably haven't told some lies to get out of something we all have. But you get what I'm saying.
There's levels
you
to
just
lies.
Out with
There's levels to lies.
Yes. And you just out here blatantly lying like that. And your children looking at you. That would devastate me. If I saw my parents, it really would. If I saw my mama sitting up on a show and they just lying and laughing about it, lying and lying, I would just be devastated. I wouldn't have more respect for her. And
a lot of
they
these
don't
white
care.
people's children are looking at that and saying, "Mom and Dad, what the hell are you doing?" That's why,
and
again,
they tell them,
one of the reasons they're going to vote.
And they grow up and do the same thing. They grow up and be the same way,
Sometimes that's right. You have both sides where you have some that end up repeating the same shit, and then you have those that are saying, "I do not like what my parents is doing." And I'm gonna say it again. Donald Trump is not winning this presidency. He got 2 weeks. It's over.
He's not.
It's over.
He's not. I remember I was in the store with my mom, and she was looking at. I was little, and she was looking at these crystal things, and one of them had fell off the shelf. She didn't break it, it didn't break or anything. And when she put it back, and they was asking her about it, and she had said, "Lisa, go over there, such and such, such and such." But I heard her say, "Well, the shelf fell." No, and she didn't want me to hear her saying that. But that's the kind of little things we go, "Well, I didn't knock it over, the shelf fell." I don't call it. That's not really lying. That's just like, get out my face. This is not a big deal. But she didn't want me to hear her say that because she had enough respect for herself and for me not to hear that, not to hear her say that. But that's not like blatant lying about stuff. That's just like, no, y'all shelf fell. That's what happened. You see what I'm saying? But like you said, there's levels to it. There's levels to it. You just tell all kind of old bold-faced lies and sitting up laughing about it on the TV. I just couldn't have respect for you no more. Because they tell you not to lie, and you see them doing it.
No, but how can
Terrible.
you respect them? Because they're not respecting you with stupid
exactly.
lies. You're supposed to, they thinking that you're that dumb. That means they don't respect you. For you to think like, damn, for real, you really telling me this, and I'm supposed to believe that? That means you really think I'm stupid like that. Like, you don't respect me.
You don't respect me, and I can't respect you back. That's all it is. But Tyrone.
Yeah.
Where you at? I'm getting ready to call it because I got to get up in the morning. This was good. When we come back next Thursday, and sorry about the arguing to Yahshua and whoever else I was arguing with, but it'd be that way sometimes. We'll see where we at because we getting closer, and let's see what we'll win this thing.
Yeah, y'all need to do early voting if you can. I think it start next week for us or something.
Ours start next week too. Early vote. We do ours by mail, so I'll mail mine in. Not mail it in, but take it to one of the drop box. And we don't have people waiting out, looking out. I didn't see it in 2020. We didn't have people sitting up on the hill watching us with scopes to see what you're doing at the lockbox.
Oh, that's where Sarge is. Sarge is out there looking at them drop boxes. He just set up ahead of time.
But y'all be careful with it because you might live in a state because it's some state or other. I heard that they said some of the militias and stuff, and they stayed away from. You have to be a certain amount of feet away and all of that. They stayed away, but it was them open carry states, and them people was out there with them guns and stuff. That's extremely intimidating. I would be afraid. To go there with them people, yahoos standing out there with guns and stuff like that in them open carry states. That's intimidation. And that has got to be scary because them people are nuts and you don't know what they might do. They might pull a Columbine or they might go postal or something.
They sneaky.
You really don't know. So that's very intimidating. If I went to the polls and I saw that a group of white dudes, their fatigues, stand off in the woods up on the hill with assault rifles, I wouldn't leave. I would try to figure it out, go someplace else. I would leave. That would intimidate me. And I'm not going to lie, and that's why they do it. So ours start next week, early voting, and let's see where we at. We down to the wire on this here. Down to the wire. I will talk to you guys next week.
All right,
been good.
appreciate it, sis.
And again, Tyrone,
Yeah,
sorry about the arguing.
Oh, you fine. That's what we do over here. Hey, look, YouTube, I'm getting ready to shut y'all down. If y'all want to call in and listen, you can. The number is 717-908-1834, and the access code is 917-324. It should be in the description. So I'm getting ready to open up the lines, and thank everybody for coming in
Q&A
here.
session is over. All participants are unmuted.
Yeah, man, I don't think it's a good idea that Cornel West is still in the race, because if any, at least the very minimum, he's influencing people, not to take what we got ahead of us very serious, and they're thinking that.
I don't think he's influenced Tyrone. I don't think he got.
Okay, why when I start talking, you start talking? I don't get that. What the fuck? Every time I start talking, you've been talking for an hour, and I just said 3 words, and then you start talking. What the hell? Anyway, I think that he's throwing the game off, especially amongst our community and males, because I mean this race is too serious to have a joke or have a protest vote or whatever it is. It's too serious. We ain't got no time for this. You know, Cornel West, I ain't got nothing against the brother, but he's in the wrong arena right now, and he's screwing things up. And he's possibly compromised by getting funded by the GOP. So I know black people don't want to hear that, but all you got to do is Google it. If you're receiving money from the Republicans, if you're receiving money from the KKK, if you're receiving money from white racists, you know, how is he representing you? That makes no sense to me. Now I'm done.
Well,
I'm done.
like I said, I don't think even he has that much influence. Again, like I said, I don't think he has that much influence. I think, you know, black folks in general are going to vote, and they're going to vote for the best, who they feel is the best candidate.
Didn't he influence you?
Who?
Didn't he influence you?
No. What didn't influence me? My thought process influenced myself, and I figured because the way I think, you know, excuse me.
He persuade you some way, somehow.
Okay, Joshua, you can't spin out of this. Cornel West influenced you to vote for him. Good Lord.
No, can I finish?
Go ahead.
Me being who I am, me being stubborn to who I am, and I felt like, okay, that's why I always say, if I vote for Cornel West, that way I can show people that, for me, I can show folks this is my protest. I'm protest in the matter because I know the Democrat Party don't take my vote seriously. So he didn't influence me. I just said, so when he ran, I was like, oh shit. I said, cool, okay. That makes it even more better for me, you know. But
that's an influence.
Yeah. So
okay,
so persuade you of influence.
So listen. The influence definition is the capacity to have an effect on the character, development, or behavior of someone or something, or the effect of itself. He had an effect on your behavior and your decision to vote for him. So he influenced you to vote for him. It's not a bad thing. It's just that he did influence you because of the mere fact that he's in the damn race.
Jesus. You keep talking shit, I'm gonna vote for that other dude on the Green Party.
Whatever.
Ain't nobody in the Green Party. And listen.
But I'm just saying he's screwing up by pulling.
You need
Democrat
to know
votes
the
away.
other additional candidates, Joshua, because again, if somebody's in Delaware or any other state that he's not on the ballot, they won't know unless they know like you. So this is what I'm saying. Like that was I'd say a drastic mistake on his part, because at least, okay, I'm not going to be on the ballot, but you could write me in. He can't even get that because people don't know that he's on the ballot, right? So he's not there, but he's there. It's like you could write him in, but then some states he's on, but then some states he's not. And that's what I'm saying. Like, so who do you write now? What you said, you know that he's on there, so you might write him in, right? Or you might vote whatever, either a Democrat, Republican. The point is, who's in the Green Party right now?
It's that one
That's a
dude,
question. Who?
It's that one guy. He's a Muslim guy. What's his name? I forgot his name.
What I'm saying? That right
That's
there,
what I mean.
just imagine, that's you, and you at least know that there's somebody that's in the Green Party. A lot of people don't see that. I seen my ballot. There's no Green Party. There's no independent. It's just Donald Trump, Kamala Harris. That's it.
Yeah, I mean, all that other bullshit at this late in the game, man. We need to make up our mind and go ahead and get this lady in office so we can know that Donald Trump will not get it. That's the whole point. I don't get all this other, he in and
What about Jill
and all this
Stein?
shit.
She's not on there,
What
bro.
about Jill Stein, Jay?
She's not there. He's not. Jill Stein ain't there. And I'm gonna tell you, Jill Stein is kind of older, but there was the lady,
she's a
Mary.
grifter.
What about Mary? Mary something, the one that Oprah produced. Oprah put her out. She's a psychic. She's all this, and she said she wanted reparations.
That's the one
Right,
Joshua was
but
gonna
she's
vote
not
for
even
before,
there.
but for reparations.
She's
Remember
not
that lady,
there.
Joshua?
She's not even there, bro.
Yeah. She didn't show up this time. She said,
Right.
"Hell with this shit."
No, she did start in the beginning. If you paid attention, she was there in the beginning. She got eliminated early when they said, okay, who's going to be the opposition? Because obviously Trump wasn't going to have no opposition. He had a few people that would say, oh, yeah. Then when it got down to the numbers, that they said, okay, well, we have Green Party, we have Independent. She was there, and she vanished. She didn't have the numbers again. Because remember, she was there before, a couple of years ago, right? She ran also as a Green Party or whatever.
Marianne Williamson. You want Marianne Williamson, right?
Right.
Marianne Williamson.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Exactly.
Yeah.
You know, so she's not on the ballot. She's not. Again, even it's only two people in the city of New York, possibly the state of New York. I don't know how it runs, Joe. I don't know if you're doing early, but you can come back with us, come back to us and tell me what your ballot looked like, which most likely looked like the shit I had. That's all. What was the name there? Was it both Democrat, Republican, or was it?
I'm a vote for Jill Stein.
Yeah, she was.
That lady is a grifter, man. I want y'all to know that she don't say shit. She don't say shit about anything else until campaign for presidency. And then whenever she go running for president, she collect all the damn.
I might just vote for myself.
She collect all the.
My name in there, Anthony Osborne.
Yeah, but you need more people to vote for you. I mean, that's the whole thing. Like, I get that whole protest vote, but it's one thing that you protesting and is one person on the picket line versus, 10,000, right? And then so the building is, you're protesting in front of the building and people are inside the building. That's the corporation. You're like, damn, they seeing all these people. But if it's just one person protesting, the people that was in the protest with you, it made it.
Well, Jill Stein she's a grifter, man. She don't show up except for every election, and whenever she show up, all she do
the year, right?
all she do is collect the campaign money, and then she disappear again for 4 years. So she full of shit.
I be talking to Kamala. I said, Miss Harris, do you got pretty feet? She's like, what you doing?
Jill Stein?
No, Kamala Harris.
Oh, she got pretty feet.
Yeah.
Oh, see, that's some bullshit right
you
there.
You got a foot fetish, huh? You're gonna vote for her because she got pretty feet. Now you're gonna go look online.
Well, you know what? Whatever it takes. If you got to vote for her goddamn stinking ass feet, then vote for her stinking ass feet.
Somebody send Joshua pictures of her feet right now.
She might have toe fungus. Vote for that damn toe fungus.
Hey, check this out. Hey, I'll be like, can I see your soles?
Damn.
That's crazy. If that's what it takes for you to go to the damn poll, I'm gonna make sure. I'm gonna tell Kamala Harris. I'm gonna write an email say, make sure you show up on the election day barefooted, that a motherfucker, so Joshua can vote for you.
Oh boy. Yeah, we're gonna see what's gonna happen, man. We're gonna see.
Cause we do not need a Donald Trump. No, I don't give a shit. Whatever it takes. That man is a nut, and white America has lost their fucking mind supporting this fucking idiot.
Well, you know that that half of the guys that was with him, they said this month. They said no. They said they admit that he's not fit to be president. They tell you. They said no, he's not fit. No, he doesn't have the mind for it. You know, it's about him.
But see, what it is white America. Like Elisa was saying, they just want it their way. They know that man is fucking crazy. They know that man do not have a lick of damn sense. But because he's white and got some money, they want to try to force this motherfucker down people's throats.
Yeah.
And all of it's a rejection of President Obama. That's how afraid they are of Black America, is because we did it one time. We got a black person in the White House one time, and they don't want that shit to ever happen again.
They doing everything to try to stop it, but you know what? It ain't working. I mean, if you seen what he did in the last couple of days, from today to yesterday, he went to the Hispanic channel, didn't answer none of their questions, danced around it.
Well, he insulted his Hispanic audience.
Of course, he treated them like they stupid, and some of them are stupid because I mean, I couldn't understand. First of all, why they even want to listen to him, because he's just not. He's a liar. But anyway, they give him the opportunity, and he doesn't answer their questions. Every person that asked him a question, he told them something, a story, danced around it, very similar to Sarge. I see where Sarge gets his so-called skills or unskills from, but it was just him dancing around. And then when the guy from the Wall Street Journal or the Bloomberg, he got upset when he asked him questions and told him that the economy under him would be bad. And he got offended and he started insulting the guy, and Wall Street Journals talking about they don't know shit. I mean, you see him imploding, not even exploding, imploding, I would say. And take a look at his nose. His nose look crazy.
Yeah, but see, you still got people out there, influential people out there cheering this motherfucker on, man. They rooting for him.
Well, you got Elvis. You still got Elvis. You got Elvis. Listen, you got people that are Elvis fans to this day.
No, it's not the elders, Jay. I mean, look at the fucking Fox News. Look at Tommy Lauren. Look at all those people on Fox News. Look at all these Republicans that are showing up at his rally. They're not elders. They're just fucking racist.
Well, yeah, but I'm saying that it's the fan base is I would say a few in the sense of the bigger picture, because it's just like, again, at some point with Elvis, and I'm just saying, an example is that as time passed, Elvis, some of the fans, they didn't go to all the concerts, they didn't support him the way they did, and little by little he faded away. Now there was those diehard supporters that are there, and he's groomed a few other people, the kids of those that supported and know about this person. So I say the same type of thing for Trump, but it's far and very few. He's gonna lose, man, and I think it's gonna be an overwhelming loss for him, versus what they say is close. And I think they're saying we're playing it close because they don't want to play around and get their hopes too high or get people too close.
Well, I ain't confident enough to say he's gonna lose yet. I know it's close.
You know what though? But what can happen?
I think he's gonna lose.
People better hope that the electoral college don't flip flop.
Right.
The electoral college is going to decide who wins, straight up. So my point would be, people should hope that they don't flip flop.
Well, I mean, the electoral college don't matter if we show up in overwhelming numbers, because the electoral college is going to have to vote that way anyway.
But I'm saying, Tyrone, they thought that But hold on, but they thought that the last time when he ran against Hillary, Hillary
No,
won
but
the popular
that was a
vote.
close race though.
Yeah, but Hillary won the popular vote. From my perception, she should have won. Then she
Yeah,
should have won.
he should have won. Listen, that's what I was trying. I had a conversation with Howard about the electoral college because technically Hillary Clinton should have won, but they changed that electoral college vote, one of them states, in favor of Donald Trump, going against what the state said. So that's how he won.
Yeah, yeah, and but Hillary should have won because she killed him in the popular vote. She destroyed it. But electoral college said nah, and again, that was some dude that didn't like the fact that Obama had just left the office. That's what that was.
Yeah, and Hillary's a piece of shit. I mean, I wish he would have won. But you know, there's something about Hillary. She was the wrong one to be in that damn race now.
Yeah.
She don't have what Kamala has. She doesn't have that vibe. I don't know. She has somewhat of it, but I think she completes it. I think she's the perfect woman for this right now.
Well, it was Bill Clinton. Bill Clinton served 2 terms, and then now you're gonna have another Clinton in the goddamn White House. That was enough. Goddamn.
Right. Yeah, I think she had too much baggage. They have baggage. Kamala doesn't have baggage, man. And I think that this woman is gonna come.
Kamala got some baggage. Well, she got baggage.
It's not. It doesn't equate to something where she's qualified in the job.
No, but I'm saying though. But listen, she got some baggage, but I don't think it's enough to kind of bring out. I think she, that at this point, anybody gonna stop her now? I mean, at this point.
No, she ain't got no damn baggage. If she would have had baggage, don't you think Donald Trump with his dirty, conniving ass would have put that shit out there by now? I mean, she ain't got shit.
Yeah, she got some of it. But again,
all right, so let's go back. Let's go to the micro level. If they was going to interview for a job at McDonald's, where she said she worked at, right, and worked before, or just a corporate job, or even like low-level government police or department or something like that, right, where you got to get a background check. If you put when they submit their resumes, right, Donald Trump's resume and her resume, who you think's resume is gonna who they gonna hire first?
Donald Trump.
Okay.
You think they're gonna hire Donald Trump if they submit job
on a job resume, y'all? So come on, man. I know you like Trump, but
resume,
goddamn.
and then they look at a background check. They're gonna give you a background. Let's say Homeland Security, right? Hold on. I just want to make it micro. You're going because Homeland Security is a government type of job, right? TSA, but Homeland Security is above TSA. So Homeland Security, you're not going for the sergeant or the captain. You're going just to be a Homeland Security officer. She goes in with her resume. He goes in with his resume. They look at the resumes and they do a background check. Who's going to get the job?
It depends on who's doing the interviewing, bro.
Wait. Homeland Security is doing a job.
Right,
this is a government job.
I get what you're saying. In a good world, Ms. Harris.
No, it's not a good world. It's already that's the bar. Now I'll change it to that. You join in the Army. They go to the Marines. They get past basic training. Well, they don't even get to that before they even get to basic training because they got to see if you even qualify. Besides, that's the physical aspect. The first aspect, and for those that's in the military, like Tyrone will tell you, right? Most likely, I've never been there, but I know that they're gonna check your credentials. Okay, you're going to the Army. You've never been in the Army, but they want to check your background. Is that correct?
Yeah, Donald Trump is disqualified from joining the Army. He cannot join.
You go. I'm not talking about physical aspects. I'm talking about he got felonies, right? So they look at it. They
his
might
law
even,
violations.
The military.
His law violations will disqualify him.
Look at that. There you go. That's my point. That's all.
Yeah. That's all. Well, I think the point. You add the new shit on it, yeah. But if
No,
that,
I said military, but then I went to Homeland Security. And Homeland Security, they're going to do a background check. And if you got felonies, they're not going to hire you. They're not. They're going to be like, oh, you got criminal activity that happened or you got a criminal background. You have not only that you've been you've been convicted. One thing is being arrested, like, because you got to explain that. It's like, oh.
But just to get what you're saying, but Jay, he white, they still might hire that motherfucker. They still might hire that bastard.
No, man, we ran people that had speeding tickets and they had problems getting in. You know, so Donald Trump is disqualified from joining the damn military.
That's my point. And the presidency is the higher thing. And what I see is that people are going to look at that. And when you talk about, well, she's, you know, she has baggage. What baggage versus his? When you put both things on the table, you say, wait a minute. Look at his resume. Look at her resume. And then when we talk about baggage, look at her baggage versus his baggage. If she has any baggage, look at his baggage. It's like, damn, he comes with all this shit. His character spilt over to his presidency. Also, the man has committed crimes. While president or before presidency, the man is basically a criminal, a con man, versus this lady that's a prosecutor. You didn't like she convicted some people?
Hey, Jay, you know what I want to do, though? I want to go down to the Army base down in Dover. I think they got Army, no. I think they got Army base. They got the Army base still, or Air Force, but I want to go there if there was no Army girls. That's what I want to do.
And ask her if they will hire you.
I would fill her with the Army girls and take her out of her uniform.
I mean, what you should do is ask one of them recruiters. Would they recruit? Who would they recruit and accept into the Army? Her or him?
Me.
No, I'm saying her or him. You know, not you. I'm saying her or him. Trump or Harris. Who better qualifies in the Army?
Hey, let me say it to Tyrone. Hey, Tyrone.
Yeah.
When I was in high school, right, this Coast Guard lady, they approached me to try to recruit me for Coast Guards, right? So I asked her, I said, is there a lot of women in the Coast Guard? She looked at me, she said, yeah, there's lots of us. Like that, right? I was like, ooh, I was going to go, I was like, oh, shit. Like that, right? So I was going to sign for the Coast Guard. Something happened, and I didn't go. Something happened, I didn't go. Yeah. I said, any women here in the Coast Guard? Shit like this motherfucker right here, but we have a field day with him in the Coast Guards. She was trying to say, yeah, to trick me so I can sign the paper and go in. Yeah.
Yeah, we down to the last 2 weeks, man, and I think, again, it's getting real close. This dude is making his runs all over, but he's not going to win. He's not going to win. You know,
I don't know, Jay. I wouldn't sound so confident, man. And the reason that I say that is because it's not about Trump, but it's about who's backing him, right? And how much money they're willing to pay. Look, you got billionaires like Elon Musk giving that motherfucker $40 million a fucking month, man. I mean, that's a lot. That's a lot of fucking influence.
We don't know if that's true. We don't know if that's true.
Well, I'm just going by what they're saying.
No, even if he's saying it, because, you know, they're going to hype up. One thing we know is that people hype up the shit. They fake it till they make it. Donald Trump.
Well, Elon Musk is physically on the campaign trail for this motherfucker, man.
No, I know that, but does he got enough influence to get those people to vote? I mean, so what? Somebody buys a Tesla just because they buy a Tesla from him, or they fly in SpaceX or invest in some money. Does that mean that he's going to sway their vote? They might say, you know what, I like his products, but he don't know shit about politics. How about that? And there's people that's going to also make decisions. They're going to be like, well, maybe he's not thinking so right. You know what I'm saying? So, I mean, again, he might be smart in other things and stupid in other, as we say. You know, there's people that's smart and book smart, college educated, and they're making stupid decisions, or you think about the logic when they try to justify whatever it is with this guy. And you're like, oh, well, you know, whether you want to vote for him or not, I'm just saying trying to justify lies and try to twist it around, it's just like, wow. So, again, he could be in a position of power with money and everything. Is that enough to get the people to vote for Donald Trump. I don't see that. I don't see it. I think it's a different time. His time is already burnt, but he burnt it out. He had the chance. It was the pandemic. After the pandemic, I don't care whether the pandemic was going to affect people either way. He made it worse, right? But yet, if he did well, like he said, why didn't he get reelected? I'm just saying, why? He should have overwhelmingly won. Let's talk about that. Why he didn't?
Well, I mean, look.
Win Biden?
I'm not saying that he's liked. I'm not saying that, but Donald Trump is literally changing the damn system as we go. Look at the Supreme Court gave him immunity, right? So now he's got these people in place in these states to actually cause confusion at the state level. I'm not saying that he's going to win it legitimately, but he's got people up there in the system to cause enough fucking ruckus to cause some damn problems.
No, I definitely agree on that. He's going to try to cause ruckus and all that, but I don't think that the ruckus he's going to cause is enough for him to overthrow or whatever to win. I just don't see it. I think that people are already on to him, and a lot of shit that he thinks is going to go in his favor is not. I mean, you're going to have people that might do certain shit, but you see that lady that got 9 years, right? You was talking about her.
Yeah, Tina Peters. I'm glad she got locked the fuck up. But she won't Donald Trump though,
Right, she want Donald Trump and she got her ass in trouble.
Damn.
So I mean, people are willing to do certain stupid shit. There's some shit that come with that.
These damn MAGA people crazy as shit, man.
And I don't see what we talked to Rick the other day. Rick, if you out there, he said that he don't see too many. He don't see that wave of Trump signs all over the place like they used to. Why is that?
Well, I got a couple of houses in my neighborhood that's got them damn yard signs up.
Well, is it more than before? Was it more than?
Well, it's about the same.
2020, the same. And what about 2016?
Yeah, I mean, it's about the same. I mean, I don't know who support Trump and who don't, but they don't. It's a couple of knuckleheads that want to show off that they support Trump. You're gonna always have them people.
Yeah, I don't think he got that support back the way he had it. The first round, you had it the first shot. That was the first. He was fresh, even though we knew about it, but a lot of people didn't, or a lot of people claimed they didn't. So it was fresh. He wasn't the president. He got to be president. Now they know. He had a chance to do it. He didn't win overwhelmingly in 2020. He claimed he did all this great shit. I mean, shit, the people would have saw it. They would have voted for him. But here we are. Third time's a charm, right? We'll see.
Yeah, I wish you just get out of the scene, man. I'm so tired of Donald Trump. It's literally been about 10 years, man. We've been talking about this motherfucker every day. Every day. That shit is exhausting.
Tired of him. I mean, the world is tired of him. But, people want to get back to business. Even though business is being conducted, but it's just like, enough of him. Like the news got to get back to news. For real. Like news got to, all right, sway off of the political shit now and get back to the news.
All right, guys, I'm getting ready to get off here. YouTube, I'm getting ready to shut y'all down, and I'm gonna holler at y'all later. Y'all take it easy.
Hey, Tyrone.
Yeah.
Did you hear about those lynchings down in Texas?
About what?
In Texas.
No.
Yeah, they found one brother hanging. He was a truck driver.
Oh, you said lynching.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, that was one. Then they found one in North Carolina. Young man, 21 years old. He was a truck driver. Then was another one. They found him in Alabama. Then was then was a fourth one. Yeah. Yeah,
That's
I
crazy.
was telling these brothers out here who are truck drivers while I work, because the hospital, the medical supply department where I work, I was telling them brothers, be careful out there, man, because they found some brothers hanging from a tree. One dude said he knew about it. He said, "Yeah, I got something in my truck for him." I said, "Yeah, man." I said, because one dude got hung down in Vidor, Texas, and that's a sundown town. And they were trying to say suicide. I'm like, well, why would he go to Vidor, Texas to commit suicide? Inside the woods. They said that guy been missing for 2 weeks, and then they found his body.
Yeah, that's
That don't make
crazy,
no
man.
sense. Yeah, man. So it just amazes me that their mindset is still thinking that it's like, let's go hang a nigga. You know what I mean? It's just like that. That's just their mind. Like, I mean, it's, oh my God.
Well, I mean, they ain't nobody said that. No, they don't know who did it, do they?
Well, this is what they said. They got some. They said suicide off the bat, and his family said no. All of them said no about the suicide thing. All the families said no. And they would say there's no way. The guy there in North Carolina, his folks said ain't no way my 21-year-old son, who's a truck driver, is gonna go hang himself in a tree. That would make no sense. He said it wasn't nothing wrong with him. And the first thing they did in Vidor, when they found his body, there was an article that was written, and they said black male and mental illness. And so the guy on the video said, why would they say that? They don't know how this guy got in the street. Why would they say that? So he said they're covering up. He said this is how they cover things up. He said he was behind a truck stop where there's like a hotel. They found his body behind there, hanging from a tree. So I said, so why would he go there to kill himself? He can kill himself inside the truck. He can kill himself where he's from. He's from Chicago.
That's a lot of open questions, man.
Yeah, they said he kill himself there. He don't go to Vidor, Texas, a sundown town, and kill himself.
Yeah, most likely it was dirty, foul play. But I mean, it's a shame that they can't figure out put nobody's fingers on it.
Yeah, because they don't want to investigate. That's why. And that's what the dude. That's what the parents were saying, that the one in North Carolina, they told her on the phone, well, we can't show his body yet because of COVID. She was like, you're a goddamn lie. Because they think with that one, they think they jumped him first, then they hung him. Or they might have killed him first, then they put the rope around him as if to say he committed suicide. They said he got into a fight. Because it's coming out now about the one in North Carolina. He said he got into a little scuffle about it because his truck was parked, and some white guy said, why are your truck parked there? And he got into an argument with him. So they think that was part of his demise. Yeah. And then the one in, there was another one in Alabama. He was a truck driver. They saw him hanging from a tree. And, yeah.
See, all these suicides, man, if what they're claiming to be suicide, they would be warning signs that these people would. Exactly. And every suicide is not obvious warning sign, but there'll be a little something that somebody could tell along the way that So and I'm not trying to say that to belittle people who commit suicide, because sometimes you can't tell. But if they're family, and most likely if they're all black, we don't do that. Really kill each other. I mean, we've been doing it more recently in years, but black people just don't kill themselves like that.
Yeah. Yeah. And,
but look, I got to get off here, man. I'm gonna holler at y'all. All right.
All right, Ty.
we need stories. We need stories.